tell you, I find it really interesting, and I mean really interesting. Hold on, I think the camera's got a little dirt on it. Ah, that's much better. I find it really interesting. I gotta laugh at this. That people, in general, bloggers, they call themselves bloggers, but they're not really bloggers, come onto YouTube as trolls for the most part, who have no content on their channel, and then they go around and they criticize people with real content. Now, what I consider content is completely different than what you would consider content, but being an actual real blogger in the Philippines, you would think they would blog about the topic matter and or things that exist in the Philippines, but they don't. And that's what the crux of today's video is going to be about. Because this video that I'm about to turn the camera around is a video I made from the port of HUGH, Cebu, headed towards Bantayan Island. And although that ship goes out several ships a day, 365 days a year in most cases, nobody has, and I've looked, nobody has ever shown close-up views of the fishing fleet that they will pass on the way to Bantayan Island, which is a real, in fact, actual fishing fleet. Unfortunately, it's pretty much put in neutral because of the lockdown and the lack of fishing industry, which is very sad. But there is an actual fishing fleet in Cebu that no one knows about. I didn't know about it. I've watched hundreds of videos about Cebu. I've never seen a single video about the fishing fleet. I've watched hundreds of videos about Cebu and never saw the shipbuilding industry. I've watched many videos about Cebu and never saw or heard mention of a mosque that's at the top of Cebu, which is the oldest mosque and one of the biggest mosques in the Philippines, that's 113 years old. I've never seen or heard this information before. Why? The ship that I was on to go from HUGH port to Bantayan Island goes past these fishing fleet, the fishing vessels, whether they are of a wood, and there are wood BANKA boats over 100 feet long with the outriggers. Then there are steel BANKA boats with the outriggers made out of bamboo pontoons. And then there are literally steel fishing vessels, actual ocean-going steel fabricated fishing vessels. Well, easily seen from the ship that I was on. No one's ever posted this stuff before. People that call themselves bloggers have gone by this fishing fleet and the fishing vessels many times, and they don't see it? Where are they? What are they, sitting in the basement of the ship? What are they doing when they're going? When you leave a port, most real people that are bloggers, want to see what's out there. There is a whole industry of fish farms right at the top of Cebu that I didn't know about. They're huge fish farms too. So, and then we're going to go through this by the numbers. I have timestamps in the video I posted in the community post. There's a shipbuilding industry in Cebu that I never heard about it. Why is it that these so-called famous bloggers that have gone by this gone by this fishing fleet, the fisheries out in the deep water, and sailed past the shipbuilding. Why is it that they've never posted any of this stuff? I'll tell you why. First of all, they're not bloggers. They're not legitimate bloggers about the Philippines. What they believe to be blogging the Philippines is to open up a freezer and pick out several pieces of meat and say, this is what I want. This is real steak. This is T-bone steak. And then at the end of the video, they put everything back and they don't buy anything. That's blogging to them. Look, I know where to buy this piece of meat. That is not blogging the Philippines. Get this straight. Get it straight right now. You are not blogging the Philippines by taking pieces of meat out of a freezer, not giving the prices, not giving the weight. You can't say, well, this piece of meat, look at what they want. Look at how much money they're asking for this piece of meat. They want 1,350 pesos for this piece of meat. Well, how much does it weigh? That's the question. They want, and but if you send me 1,350 pesos, you can see me barbecue this piece of meat tomorrow. I promise. That's not blogging the Philippines. The other one is look at this. This is a real T-bone steak. This is a real T-bone steak. Look, I know where to buy real T-bone steaks. And then at the end of the video, he puts the steak back in the box. Because the steak at that location next door to the Cuckoo Bar and Grill, that's prime choice meat. The Cuckoo Bar and Grill, I've eaten there multiple times, and this is a commercial for the Cuckoo Bar and Grill. When you get to Bantayan Island, and you want to have assurance you're going to get the best meal ever, you want to go to the Cuckoo Bar and Grill. I've eaten 12 different dishes from that place. They're all perfect. Every dish. The beef and broccoli. The beef melts in your mouth. The beef teriyaki. The beef melts in your mouth. The hamburgers, ham, cheese, real pieces of cheese, melted on real beef, on a sesame seed bun. It's the best hamburger in the Philippines for only $5. So that beef that was in the freezer next to the Cuckoo Bar and Grill is all prime select beef. It's select grade A prime beef from another country. So hey, John, hey, we know, you know I love cheese, baby. Hey, and I'm gonna go to the comments. That beef in the Cuckoo Bar and Grill, you can't get a bad meal there. Now, there was another guy that did a video. He was basically in another restaurant that said, this is a good... But if you noticed what he was eating sloppy joes. That's what he was eating. He wasn't eating beef. Everything was in some kind of gooey... And then he knocked half the goo onto the table, trying to get it out of the dish, because I think there's a small amount of spastic is the word. Spasticity would be the probable cause that half the fluid from the dish, the goop that was in the dish, went on the table. But that's besides the point. You don't take 12 pieces of meat out of a freezer. This is the piece of meat. This... And then you put it all back? I don't know. That's not blogging the Philippines. Blogging the Philippines is what I'm about to show you. So here we go. Arthur Yellow. Let's see what... I put my new glasses on today. Michael, you are doing some great blogs. Real interesting. Thank you. And I'm the only one, by the way, that actually shows you stuff from the Philippines. I have 2 videos coming up that I droned about some. I don't know that I posted them or not. About rebuilding a yellow barge, a yellow wooden barge, and I take the drone and I go over the men working with skill saws and hammers, and so on and so forth, like that. I'm the only person that does that. You get that other clown that's all over the internet. I'm gonna go scuba diving today. But does he show you any videos? I don't know. I wouldn't waste my time going to his channel, because he's all over the internet mocking other people that do actual stuff. He's got a big mouth, but he doesn't actually show you anything. And he's new to diving to begin with. So does he do deep dives in Palawan? I have many videos of deep dives in Palawan. 100, 120, 130, 140 feet deep. That's deep dives. Now, that's not out of the realm of, it's just on the high side of sport diving. Sport diving, 60 feet. Open water, 200 plus feet. People get paranoid when they get down that deep. They look up and they say, oh God, look, and they panic. Okay, so I want to see videos. If you're going to run your mouth that I went diving, show us something. Show us something, not sandy bottoms, not some little 30-foot boat that sunk 10 years ago and it's got barnacles on it. Show us some videos of inside the ship, the guns on the Japanese war wrecks, like I have. I have a playlist. There's 5 Japanese battleships that were sunk during World War II. They even have the turrets with the guns, and in one ship I even saw ammunition, 12-inch shells lying on the deck. How they're still there after 70 years, I don't know. But they're still there. That's blogging diving. So let's go back to the comments. These Arthur Yellow. Oh, did I hear? Oh my God, where's my yellow spray paint? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. It got knocked over. Arthur Yellow. The color of God. The color of God. Arthur Yellow. Yellow is God's color because yellow is the color of the sun. The sun gives life to the earth. The earth gets its life force from a yellow sun. And the Son of God, Jesus, he was also very much into the yellow of the world. The yellow. We'll call him the yellow sun god. Like the sun god. Jesus, he's the Son of God, yeah? See how that works out? Arthur Yellow is here. Thanks for stopping by, Arthur Yellow. Let me put my glasses back on. I got my new glasses back on. I got a super repair job up here. A prefix before they break. They always break right up here. So let's go back to the comments. Oop, we're on the wrong thing. John Blaze says, you should eat at the Cuckoo Bar and Grill. You tell Lenny, the owner, that I said hello. He knows who I am because on my birthday, Daisy ordered a halo halo, and then Lenny had them play the music for my birthday. Plus, I've sent the owner of the Cuckoo Bar and Grill several of my videos where I promote their restaurant. Now, I ate in 3 of the restaurants. Now, I'm not going to talk about the food in the 3 of the restaurants that I ate. It was not worth talking about. But I'm not going to talk bad about their restaurants because the fact is, John Blaze and everybody else out there, the fact is, these are the facts. These are the facts. You're not going to hear the facts from the bedroom blogger. You're not going to hear the facts from someone blogging from a field in Cebu. You're not going to hear this. The fact is, When you look at this video I posted in my community page, HUGH to Bantayan Island, the fact is that when you get to Bantayan Island, when you go up the road from the port, and I have many videos of this, I've been reluctant to post them because I didn't find the town. I was thinking about a different motif for the town. The town does not need me criticizing the town. It does not need me to criticize the town. So what I did was I did the video of the town without critiquing what I saw. I'll leave that up to you. But the fact is that the island of Bantayan Island is a nature preserve. It was hit hard. The town was devastated, just like my town and every other town and every other middle-class community in the Philippines and the world. The town was destroyed financially from the lockdown. Don't make any mistake about it. When you see my videos, when I eventually post them, I would say the reality is 20% of the stores on Bantayan Island never reopened, or don't reopen until night. That's possible as well. There was a pizzeria that I went in that was closed during the day, but when Daisy and I were there at night on my birthday, I saw that pizzeria open at night, but it wasn't selling pizza. It was selling fish food, seafood. It had pizza, but it was mostly a seafood restaurant. So they had to change their menu in order to get business to come in. But that restaurant was closed even at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So when you go to Bantayan Island, you're going to see a mile or so of stores. 20% of them are closed. Now, the ones that are open are nothing to write home about. There's nothing there that I would say is spectacular, except what I experienced at the Cuckoo Bar and Grill. It's the best restaurant on the island of Bantayan. I went to 3 others. I'm not going to talk bad about the other 3 restaurants, but the other 3 restaurants were just not what I wanted for flavor, for taste. And now that I stopped smoking, 2 years now, I can taste food again, so I know what I'm eating. But moving past that, you guys that are out there that call yourself bloggers, where are your blogs? Where is your content? Now, when I start posting the videos from Bantayan Island, I'm going to do that around Christmas time. Then you're going to see how depressed the area is. Now, I made actual truthful statements about Bantayan Island. That's blogging. I made actual assessments of the economy of Bantayan Island, and they're accurate, they're truthful, and they can't be disproven. I said, now this is blogging, so don't take it as criticism. I said the island of Bantayan in general has not come back from the lockdown. 20% of the stores are still closed. The ones that are open are empty, pretty much. And the ones that are being built, new stores, new industry, new hotels, or in the case of a so-called blogger talking about a 4-story building being built. I said it, I'm clear as day on what I said in my blog. The money that's being invested, not utilized, invested into Bantayan Island is old money. A family practice, maybe a lawyer, a doctor, and in the case of the so-called blogger, talking about a 4-story building being built on the corner. New money. New money. And the money is coming from a Phil-Am pilot. A pilots are pulling down 150,000 pesos, 200,000 pesos a week. Okay? That's new money. And it could be because the pilot has family that put him through pilot training school, or he went to through the Air Force, but it could be old money that made the man a pilot in the first place. But no resources on Bantayan Island that I saw. A mom and pop sari-sari store, a mom and pop ukay-ukay. None of them are expanding the width or the height of their building. Every building that I saw being built, large or small, was new money or old money. And when I say large, we're talking about Home Depot-sized building, aircraft-type hangar, which has to be a Home Depot or a City Hardware or a Build-A-Ware. Okay, that's not new money. That's old money, or money from Cebu that's being dumped onto Bantayan. Nothing new. Nothing existing in Bantayan is expanding in any way, shape, or form, and there's multiple rules for that. The rules are that Bantayan Island is a nature preserve and has been since 1982. There is no new construction allowed. They're just opening it up now after the lockdown when people have no money. So, what is actually occurring on Bantayan Island? Old money with the mentality, let's get a foothold on the island, is investing into possible future businesses and or real estate. New money says, look at all of these stores that are closed. I can buy these stores for 20 cents on the dollar. I can take 5 parcels of land that maybe would have cost me 2 million pesos. I can pick up 5 parcels of land for 1 million pesos, because otherwise the people can't pay their rent, so they'll give it up for any amount of money. This is old money and new money being invested into Bantayan Island. No existing stores are expanding up, back, or sideways. So my assessment of Bantayan Island is correct. So when you hear somebody standing out in the street going, look at that building, it's being built by an airline pilot. Yes, new money. New money, pocket change for an airline pilot, and long-term investment. Now, his rentals will probably be rented a day after they're done. But that's a good investment. Nobody is building new restaurants, per se. 1 or 2 new restaurants here and there. But again, that's old money. Okay, so my blogs about Bantayan Island are accurate. My assessment of Bantayan Island is way more accurate than anything anybody's ever done before, because I walked miles between Rick's Paradise Beach Resort and the ruins. Nothing. Zero. Nothing at all. Not anything. Nothing was being built. No new construction. There was a house for sale. It's in one of my videos. There, I walked miles around the Santa Fe area, up and down the road from the port to Santa Fe. Inside Santa Fe proper, there's a food park. That's all new. But it's all new from restaurants that were there before. Somebody came in, took that whole parcel of land, and rejuvenated it. But that's not from old existing places. It's just not happening like that. It's people with new money, big money, old money, extra money being invested in that, on those parcels of land. It's not complicated. Nobody on the island, after 2.5 years of lockdown, because it was 2 years. I see the pot. I see the pot. I have to get the pot. I need to get a BANKA pot, make a lot. Hold on a minute. Got a timeout. Timeout from Bantayan Island. Where's the pot? Where is the pot? Oh my God, I lost the pot. Holy macaroni. Daisy. Where did you put the pot? Daisy. Where did she put the pot? Daisy. Where's the pot? Oh my God, she hid the pot. The pot is hidden. I got something else I could bang, but not a pot. Well, I'll bang a different pot. I can't bang that pot, it's full. Oh my God, I gotta get a small pot. I'm potless. But I got a pot. It ain't a good pot. It's a pot, though. Where the heck did the pot go? Daisy! What you got screwed out of a good pot banging. That's what you got screwed. So, where is my pot? This is not fair. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to me. I gotta listen to this nonsense. Hold on a minute. I gotta find the pot. This is not fair. Hey, bang a pot, make a lot. So, I'll be back in a minute. Let me finish my point. My point is 2 years of lockdown and 6 months more. Add that to the lockdown. And we're still not done with the silly lockdown stuff, but add another 6 months. So for 2 years, no one on Bantayan Island or Bohol or even in the provinces of Cebu made any money. Now I have video of the dive boats behind my house. One of them is being destroyed, and they're using the lumber to build whatever, their houses or firewood. One of them, and many of them, 6 more, have not been used at all in 2.5 years. So the industry in general in the Philippines has not come back. So when you see my drone videos of the fishing of the dive fleet, those boats have been there for 2.5 years on hard bottom sand. There's no business here, so to speak. We have 1 dive boat, sometimes 2 that go out of the 12 that are on the beach. 12 boats were on the beach for 2 years. Now there's 7, I think there's 7 boats on the beach. Only 1 of those goes out. The economy of the Philippines has been reduced to next to nothing. Okay, so let me read the comments. John Blaze, we know you love cheese. Hey, John, thanks for stopping by. John Blaze is a powerhouse a new powerhouse in the Philippines for video content. John Blaze explained how you can get married in the Philippines. And now, you've heard stories that John Blaze doesn't have a girlfriend. You've heard stories that John Blaze doesn't know anything about the Philippines. Well, I met John Blaze. I think his girlfriend's name is Eileen or Aileen, but I don't quote me on that. But I met her, and he's with the same woman, and he knows about getting married. So when you hear somebody, a so-called blogger, talk about John Blaze, you should understand that that same information is coming from someone that is not necessarily a truthful blogger or doesn't necessarily know the truth about what he's talking about. So it comes out of both ends, more from the bottom end and the top end, and the rest of it's made up. It's all fantasy inside in his head. The stuff he comes up with. John Blaze has been in and out of the Philippines for 20-something years, knows more about the Philippines than most other people. He just has been a quiet blogger or a quiet man. John Blaze, you heard 2 weeks ago, John Blaze, Larry Evans, Nomad Patriot is broke. You've heard that story. You've heard that story. It's not true. Could I have said it's not true a month ago? Of course I could have, but I've let that go. I let the man fall into his own subterfuge and his own nonsense. He gets tangled up inside his head. He gets tangled up in these concepts that John Blaze is broke. John Blaze is not broke. He never was broke. Do I know he's not broke? Of course I know he's not broke. I've been friends with John Blaze, Larry Evans, and Nomad Patriot for 5 years. Could I have proven he's not broke? I don't know. Why would I bother? That's his job. If he wants to share his wealth, and he did this week, he shared his wealth with you. If you didn't see it, you weren't paying attention. Larry Evans had an RV that lists for $49,000. A fifth wheel. Is that broke? And then in another video, he posted that he bought 1,500 rounds of 7.63. And the projectile master that drops those rounds into the atmosphere. Is that broke? We're talking $4,000 on a toy? Damn, he paid more money for that toy than I paid for my iPhone 13. And so here is just under $4,000 worth of toys, an iPhone 13 and an Air 2S drone. He spent more money on one toy than I did on two. That's a wealthy blogger. Now, me personally, God bless John Blaze, God bless Larry Evans, and God bless Nomad Patriot, because he's not claiming to spend. I'm going to spend, and this story here, oh my God, this freaking story here coming up. This story here, I'm going to spend 5,000 pesos, 5,000 for an artist. What is your point exactly? Well, but it changed. It was originally 5,000 pesos for an artist to paint a wall and a ceiling, but now the story changed. It's 6,000 pesos for the art supplies. Whoa, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And 5,000 for the artist. I don't believe that either. But I believe a total of 5,000. But the story, the artiste he's an artist, all right, but it's an artist that starts with Bravo Sierra. I'm a Bravo Sierra artist. That's what I am. So this artist, I'm looking forward to seeing the artwork because I kind of like stuff like that. I think that's pretty cool. I was actually thinking about doing in the back here, behind my stored goods, I was actually thinking about bringing an artist into this area back here and taking everything off the shelf and then having a picture of a waterfalls with people jumping off in barrels, like they do at the Niagara Falls. Like each shelf would be a different level of waterfalls from Niagara Falls, like the 3 level. And then where the food goods are, you're going to see barrels. And at the top, you'll see people getting into the barrels. I was thinking about putting a wall mural on that wall back there of people at the top getting in the barrels and then barrels going down the waterfalls. But I can't, there's no good artists in Bahal. But I might, maybe, when I see the mural and that's coming from Cebu, I might get that artist and I'll fly him. Well, I can't fly him over here because the airport on Bantayan Island is closed. I'll bring him over here. I'll bring him over. And maybe that artist, he could do a Niagara Falls from off the shelf. Each shelf would be a different level of the falls, and then the people, little people like that at the top, climbing into barrels, and then barrels going down the waterfalls. I was thinking about getting some artwork done too. But that's not today's topic. Today's topic is the fishing fleet that no one's ever shown in the Philippines. So let's turn this around and then I'll read the comments. Okay, so here is a fishing boat. We know you love cheese, says John Blaze. Arthur Yellow, are you saying the accusation you ate so many hamburgers that you used up all the patties is not accurate? No, that's very possible. Well, the hamburgers that I ate, I don't know if that was frozen meat or not, because that was good tender meat. But I don't know. See, I don't know the supply chain. You got the goop. Okay, so I did have at least 6 or 7 different hamburgers. I had the beef teriyaki, I had the pork teriyaki, I had the the vegetable dish. It was all vegetables. Chop suey, twice. I had the chop suey, twice. Oh God, their chop suey it's a plate that's bigger than you could imagine for 195 pesos. Good food at the Cuckoo Bar. You should eat there, specifically there, and nowhere else. Because the other place that the other so-called blogger was blogging from, it looked like he was eating sloppy joes. That's what it looked like to me. I could be wrong. So let's go. Art Yellow, just like my dad called me. Hey, Art. Mikasa. Hey, Michael. Miko here. We had our differences in the past, but I always consider you the thinking man's man. You are a font of knowledge. People can learn, plus you share my beliefs on network's order. Thank you. Keep up the good work. From Mikasa. Mikasa. Thanks for the compliment. Thank you very much. I did see you on, well, anyway. So, Mikasa, you are welcome to post on my channel. Mika, the other name that you go under, not so much. But thanks for stopping by. Just got notified you're streaming. 30 minutes. That's what's been going on. All the notifications for the streams, for whoever is streaming, are going out 30 minutes after the fact. Thanks for confirming that. Jim Alva, stop talking about my swamp. Oh my God. You heard me. I that's another thing. That's another thing. I could bring it up. If you live, if you build a road across the desert, what is the name of the Death Valley? If you build a highway across Death Valley, your highway is still in Death Valley. So if you build a road across the swamp, your road is still in a swamp. It doesn't change the location of the road. It's a road that traverses through a swamp. So when you hear and it's another thing, you hear stories. The mayor is coming to my location today. It had to be that day. That was the day. That's possible. It's possible. And he's gonna make a decision to build a road through my swamp. Well, that's not true. That's not true. The mayor is not going to make a decision to follow through with a road through a swamp. The mayor can slate it for the next board meeting. The mayor can talk about the board meeting that they had last night, that this road is going to be built. But the mayor cannot make a decision to build a road through a swamp. First of all, it takes engineers to find out grade, elevation and grades. Then you have to have soil samples every so many feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, to find out how thick the top layer of bog or soil or dirt or root system is. So you need to take soil samples every few hundred feet. Now, in the Florida Keys, what they did is they brought a drill rig in, and the drill rig took a 6-inch core drill, pushed it down into the earth, and they took core samples out of mostly coral or hardpack. In the Philippines, in Bantayan Island, they're going to be pulling swamp soil coils, swamp soil samples, which is what they have to do until they get to sand, hardpack, or coral. And I didn't see, I never saw a survey on Bantayan Island, so I don't know where. So before the mayor makes a decision, then in order to build a road, the soil sample is taken, and they say, well, the top 36 inches is litmus layer of bog and root system and decomposed biological matter and dirt. Okay, well, now, in order to build the road, they got to take that out. That's got to come out. Then they bring in hardpack. So in order to build a road, they need to know how far down is the soft material. And then, of course, how wide the road is. The road is going to get expanded by 6 meters. Well, the big lie on that is, I got to bang a pot. Let me bang this pot. I'm sorry, I can't find my, I could text them. I can't text them. I'm using the phone. I would need to text them. Right. Bang a pot. Make a lot. Where the heck is my pot? This bothers me. This is like a dead pot. This is no good. He's beating a dead pot. It's a lot a mott. I'm beating a dead pot. La 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 la. I make a lot by hitting a pot. Today we hit a worthless pot. So la mott. I don't even know who sent the super chat yet. So now, after you take the soil samples, Jim, this is for Jim Alva. And Jim Alva actually knows about surveying. Imagine that. So Jim can correct me if I'm wrong. So you take the soil samples. Now, you heard a story. This is a lie. This is a straight up and down lie. You heard a story that the road going through this swamp is a major thoroughfare for tourists. That's a quote. That is a lie, quote, unquote. That's a lie. Whilst you were listening to the story that this is a major thoroughfare, did you see any traffic on that road? No. And I don't know how long the story went on for. It was a lie from the beginning to the end. But we don't have to see thoroughfare. On and in the time of that story, when a person showed you the actual swamp mosquito factory in the swamp, you only saw one track of a tricycle or a motorcycle. I don't know what it was. But just one. Now, that was for the day. So if that was a thoroughfare and one tricycle or one motorcycle goes through the swamp every day, and you have to build, I don't know, 2,000 feet of road, 24 feet wide. He said it was 6 meters. It was going to expand 6 more meters. It was already 3. So then we have 12 meters, 36 feet wide. That's a highway, by the way. So 36 feet wide and 2,000 feet. You would need 12 times 2, 2,000 feet, 36 feet wide, 3 feet. So 12 times 3 is 36 times 2. You'd need 720,000 cubic yards of hard pack. Because you got to go a little bit wider on the edges. So you'd need 800,000 cubic yards of hard pack to build that road. Is it possible to get that? I don't know. I don't know what kind of quarries they have on Bentalion Island, but you need 800,000 cubic yards of hard pack, and then you have to put a road on top of that, 12 inches of concrete. So 12 by 36, that's 1 yard for every 3 feet, and you'd have 12 divided by 4. You need 5 yards of concrete per meter, and you have 2,000 meters times 5, so 5 times. You'd need 10,000 cubic yards of concrete, 800,000 cubic yards of material for the base of the road, and 10,000 more cubic yards of concrete. All for one tricycle a day. So there you go. That story was a lie, straight up and down, fabricated from inside the mentality of the swamp. Came from the swamp. The concept was generated by swamp gas in the swamp. Okay, so let's go back to the comments. These guys, Scott Del Fuego, these guys admit to going to poor cultures to get sex from financially desperate women, call themselves mongers. They do that. They do that. They do. And me personally, I could turn this computer around. I had a woman. I was on a dating site before I met Daisy. Going back 6 years now. I never took the profile down. I get all kinds of. Scott would confirm this. I showed him, and on every once in a while, the dating site decides to pick Michael Fazio to send him notices who's online. Not that I care, but I got one this morning from Nympha, Nimfa. She actually sent me multiple messages. Nympha, Nimfa. I live on your island, and I would be very interested in meeting you. I'm a good Christian woman. This is from a profile that's 6 years old. Now, anyway, I don't do that. I'm not going to, well, first of all, I don't need to do that. But second of all, I went through 3,000 profiles to meet Daisy May. She's a good girl. So to do it again, to have that kind of time again, I did that when I was living in the Stanley house next door. I would never do that again. I meet a girl in real life if I ever need to meet a girl in real life. But to go back online for women, that's just it's just a simple business arrangement. And that goes on day and night in the Philippines. I disagree with that very strongly. Now, I don't know why. Well, I do know why. After the pandemic, there's tens of thousands of women online, from what I understand, that they want financial security. I can't provide them with financial security for them and their children. That's the responsibility of their children's father or their family, not my responsibility. I get on the jeepney, I get all the time, I have a girl for you. I know a girl, because the people I get on the jeepney with, some of them I see once a month, some of them I see once every 3 months, but they remember me. Are you still with your girlfriend? Yes. Because I have a girl. How many children? Only two. Only 2 children. 2 children. By the numbers, only 2 children. That's 15,000 pesos per month per child. Only 30,000 a month for the children. I don't want to get involved. That's not today's topic. Let's go back. So, how could any foreigner buy a house in Bantayan Island? It makes no sense. First of all, I'm not sure how. I would have to go back. Bantayan Island is a nature preserve. Only a few places since 1982 can you get a deed for the property. I don't know about that swampland deed. I don't know. I know you can rent in perpetuity, which means forever, a piece of land from the government, but you'll never own the physical land. Not you, and certainly not your Filipina girlfriend or Filipina husband. You can rent, lease from the government, but I don't know about that. You know who you could ask about that? You could ask, don't ask the Swamp King, because the Swamp King's not going to give you accurate information. Here, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I had it up on here for a very long time, and I took it down. I'm going to answer that question, Mikasa. I'm going to answer that question, but you need to stop talking smack about me on other people's channels. Otherwise, this Mikasa's getting blocked too. I saw you a couple of days ago talking smack about me. You really need to knock that off. Now, I'll answer your question. I got to go here. I'm going to have to open up a new page. Well, I don't actually have to do that. Okay. I don't know why you do what you do, Mikasa. I don't like that you do it. You go around and snipe everybody on YouTube under Miko, Maka, Mika, Micah, Mika, Mac, Meek, Mike. You go around and snipe everybody. Then you go to somebody's channel and then, like me, and say that I'm a good guy. You're a backstabbing little man, Mika. Let's just be clear on that. But I'll answer your question because it's a good question. So let me go. I never did get to the shipping fleet. Let me go to my previous live stream. Okay, set for premiere, Italian, seasickness, the weather. I'm going on my community page here. I think this is the one. Nope, that's not the one. There's an article that I had up. No, I don't know where it went. Hold on, I'll look again. Yeah, Mika, you are a backstabbing little man. You are that, for sure. And if you don't think that other people see your comments, I don't have to be watching the live stream to see the comments a few days later. I can even tell you what video it was on. You're a backstabbing little man, Mika. Mikasa. I don't appreciate it at all. The next time, from this day forward, 10/24, if I see one more comment about me, I'll block your new name. Because you have 20 names. Mika, Mike, Mika, Meek, Mike, Mac, Meek, Mike. Because you're a backstabbing little man. You're a sniper, a snake in the grass. You belong in the swamp. Asking about the swamp, you're the person that belongs there. So let's see if I could find Bantayan. Let's go ban. And what you have a tendency to do, Mika, you backstabbing little man, what you have a tendency to do is, and this is what you do, you will come on and ask an intelligent question like you just asked, and then bash me on another channel, because you're a piece of, you're a sniping, snaky snake in the grass little man, Mika, Mikasa. That's what you are. You're a backstabbing little nothing of a man. You have no content. You're a worthless blogger. But you asked an intelligent question. And what you like to do is you like to do something negative about whoever you're asking the question for. Okay, so let's see. Bantayan Island, Bantayan Island, Bantayan Island, Bantayan Island, because you're a snake in the grass, Mikasa. Now, Bantayan Island, nature, N-A-T-U-R, preserve, P-R-E-S-E-R-V. Park and resort, known for Bantayan. Well, we'll just try Bantayan Island Nature Preserve. But Bantayan Island is a nature preserve. The whole island, the whole of the island. I don't know where that article went. Bantayan Island, known for beautiful, considered nature park and resort. The whole of Bantayan Island is underneath a nature preserve title. Nature park. See, and the internet in the Philippines is such garbage. Bantayan Island Natural, Natural. See, this is what you do. You snipe. You're sniping now the Swamp Master, and you're getting me to waste my time with your worthless comment. But it's not actually a worthless comment. It proves a point. Natural habitat. And if this isn't it, you guys, I'll post it in the video. Habitat Nature Preserve, Bantayan Island Park and Resort. I don't know where it is. No, I don't know where it is, but you're a snake, Mikasa. In fact, I'm going to block you. Because what you did again. You came to my channel. You do this. You ask an intelligent question to me. You waste a certain amount of minutes. But on another channel, you talk smack about me. Because you're a snake. You're a snipey little man. You don't have any content. Therefore, you just got shit canned from my channel. So anyway, Bantayan Island is a nature preserve. So I can't even put it on here. John Blaze, enjoy some support of your channel. Thank you, John. I banged a worthless pot like I was talking about that worthless Mikasa blogger. That guy goes around to every channel and talks smack about me, Michael Fazio, the Yellow Man, this guy, and he has nothing. So he's getting blocked as soon as I get back. John Blaze. He got a dead pot. Not a good pot. I got an old beat up pot. Thank you. This is what a worthless pot banger. You're a snipe, Mikasa, little sniper. Thanks, John. Thank you very much, John Blaze. I can't bang that pot. Gives me a headache. Okay, Scott Del Fuego. According to the article, that guy posted there is not going to be any large development unless they can figure out how to rectify the water shortage and lose the sanctuary designation. Right, so the problem with Bantayan Island, to answer Mikasa, the little snipes, the little backstabber, Mikasa, to answer his question, Bantayan Island right now has 120 to 140,000 people on the island. That's it. They're going to do some tourist building construction, but they're not going to start developing land where they give out deeds and property rights to the land. The government is in control of the deeds right now. Now, what the Swamp King has for a deed or a title, I don't know. He may very well have been grandfathered in for a legal deed. I don't know and I don't care. All I know is that in order for them to build a road through there, they need 800,000 cubic yards of crushed coral and base, hard pack, and 10,000 cubic yards of concrete. And that they're not going to do that for one tricycle. Now, let's just talk about the theory of building a road from Santa Fe Road to the ocean, the original road. Most countries have a road that goes along the shoreline of their country's shoreline. There's an old road on almost every island everywhere in the world that goes along the ocean. I don't know why, but that's what happens. The main road that goes through the center of the island, Santa Fe Road, is about, I don't know, 1,000 meters away. Say it's 3,000 feet away. From the main road to the ocean road, there are, on the map, every mile or so, there's what we call a strap road that attaches to the main road on Santa Fe to the ocean going road. Now, there are many roads along the length of Santa Fe Road, which they're rebuilding with 10 inches of concrete and 36 inches of hard pack. And there is the original road that they have straps going from the main road to the old road, to the ocean road. But there might be one strap road per mile all the way up the coast. They're not going to rebuild every road, because on those strap roads, if you open it up with Google Map to layers, you're not going to see any houses on most of those roads. So they would put a road where there are multiple houses, maybe, but do you understand how much money it costs to build a road? In America, to build a highway, in $1990, it was $10,000 per foot of highway. That does not include electric or plumbing or underground cable systems. That's not, the road was $10,000 per foot. I don't know what it is in the Philippines, but they're not going to spend that kind of money to build a road through a swamp unless the traffic will bear it's worth it. They're not going to do that. So what the story that you heard that the mayor's coming today and the mayor's going to make a decision, the mayor's not going to make any decision. The mayor's going to put it before a board of directors. The board of directors is going to say, how much will it cost to build this road? It's going to go to the budget committee. The budget committee is going to say we need, I don't know, 20 million, 30 million pesos, whatever it is. It's all going to be a lot more than that. A billion pesos. I would, let's say, 3,000 feet times 10. That's $3 million. How many millions of pesos? There's 5 million pesos to the million, 20 to the 100,000. There's 5 million pesos to the 100,000. So take that, 5 million pesos to the 100,000, and then take that times 10. That's 50 million pesos to the million. 50 million pesos to the $1 million, and then they need $3 million. So that's 150 million pesos. So that what, one tricycle can go by there today? So they would have to put some sort of a counter and see how many people went down that road before they're going to. So the mayor's not going to make it. That's a lie. It's a swamp gas. It's what we call swamp gas delusionary tactics. The mayor's not going to do anything. I don't care that the mayor lives there. The mayor could live there if he wants to live there, but he knew that he was moving on to a road that may never be rebuilt or may be rebuilt in the future. But the mayor doesn't make decisions to make 150 million peso decisions on a given day. He doesn't decide that. Well, he could if he's going to pay for it. Anyway, moving on. I don't know. All right, so all right, John Blaze, is the pot outside or in the reef? I don't know where the pot is. I never seen the pot disappear. Daisy she had some stuff in there last week. She was soaking in soy sauce, but I really should find that. Maybe there was only one tricycle built tough enough to ford the blog. That's to ford a river. That's the right word. John Blaze, he knows his transportation. You ford a river. You ford a road. Maybe. Scott the Fuego. You aren't so important, Fazio. You only had one cobra in your yard in Florida. Someone else has cobras all over their neighborhood. I don't know about cobras, but there's another kind of snake that's common to Bantayan Island that does have poison, but it's not a direct threat to humankind. But there are poisonous snakes in Bantayan Island. So that's another swamp gas story. Marvelous Mark, the king of the dark. I heard somebody abusing you yesterday. If the mayor if the mayor were to see the guy pushing this construction bar and spreads his open orange Cheeto factory for anyone else to see, he may not want increased traffic. So that's right, that guy who's pushing for this road did show his personal Cheeto factory to the world. Maybe he wants a road to be built. Maybe, so that he can, I don't know, but he did show his personal Cheeto factory. Philippines and beyond, you're another one that's always sniping me from the sidelines. You are always talking about Fazio this and Fazio that. Why do you do that? I'll let you answer the question. You're always talking about my fake hotel. I'm never going to build anything. You talk about Daisy May. Why do you do that and then come over and then say good morning? I don't understand that. The Cheeto factory and some stuff hanging down under it also. I didn't see that much of it. Philippines and beyond, you have been talking smack about me on everybody's channel for as long as I could remember. Then you come over and say good morning? Why? I'm waiting for an answer. I want to know where your duplistic nature comes in. You have talked smack about me just 2 days ago on a Thailand blog. You talked smack about me last week. Why do you talk smack about me, then come over and say hello? Why? It's a legitimate question. I want to know why you do that. What, are you doing it for views, or are you doing it for some other reason? Are you doing it so that people will remember your name because you talked about Michael Fazio? It's a legitimate question. Please answer the question. That's not you. That's not you. That's not you. Somebody's using your name. All right, I'll take your word for that. Somebody's using your name to talk. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Philippines and beyond. Okay, it's possible because there are people out there using all kinds of names. My apologies. So welcome, Philippines and beyond. So what I was going to talk about today, I think, if I remember correctly, you're a diver. Yeah, no, that's true. Somebody's using your avatar. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Somebody, and I don't know how to check I don't know how to check. Okay, yes, you're the diver. So you've been diving for about just under a year now. Are you open water 1? Are you open water 2? Are you NAUI or PADI certified? And if I might, I would ask you, have you been to Palawan to do the Japanese war wrecks? And they're in deep water. They're in 100 feet of water. Have you experienced the battleships, the sunken war vessels in Palawan? Because I don't know your limitations for diving, so I've not gone to your channel to see your dives. I remember when you first started diving. I remember that, and I thought it was interesting because you were talking about the basics of diving. But have you done any deep dives? And so I'll ask you, what is your deepest dive, and how many? Because the Philippines is very expensive to dive in, number one. But what is your deepest dive? And I'll recommend some dive locations for you. Well, I can only recommend 2. Of all the places I've dove, 2 places in the Philippines. A year and a half. PADI advanced. Okay, so you're open water 2 at minute, but the same. And what is your deepest dive? Not Palawan yet. I've done 30 meters. Okay, so you're a man's man when it comes to diving. Okay, that's pretty cool. 2 thumbs up for Philippines and beyond. Let me tell you, people out there, if you don't understand what Philippines and beyond just said, He said he's been down 30 meters. That's 100 feet. That's not sport diving anymore. That's advanced open water or open water 2 diving. From 60 feet onward to about 120 feet, that's your limitation for open water or advanced diving. After that, you're talking nitrous oxide. And I'm not nitrous certified. And I think you can get nitrous certified in the Philippines, but that doesn't interest me. There is nothing in 160 feet of water that interests me. No dive, no wreck, no airplane, no nothing. 120 feet, 30 feet, open water, on air is my limitation. And I know my limitations because after that, Philippines and beyond will confirm what I'm about to say. 35 meters. Okay, so we're at 120 feet. 130 dives, so he's moving along. He's an avid diver. Let me tell you guys something about Philippines and beyond. 35 meters, 120 feet, okay? We call it bottom time. Bottom time, B-O-T-T-O-M, bottom time. At 35 meters, you descend down your static line, buoy, rope, anchor. You get down to the bottom, and at 35 meters, if you're not an air hog, I'm an air hog. If you're not an air hog and you do a penetration into the wreck, the Moro Naru wreck in Palawan, you'll have 11 minutes inside the wreck, bottom time. At 120 feet, that's at 100 feet. At 120 feet, you have 7 minutes of bottom time. 7 minutes goes really fast. At that point, you're going to look at your gauge and you're going to say, I got to find the ascent line. It could be a different ascent line from your descent line. There's usually a buoy down to the wreck, and then the buoys are placed along the wrecks at the front, the pilot house, and maybe the stern. There might be 3 buoys for every big wreck. But at 7 minutes, you're looking to come back up and do your ascent. So Philippines and beyond is a diver, okay? He's a man's man when it comes to diving. I have seen people dive their whole life and never go past 20 meters, 60 feet. So thanks for stopping by, and thanks for sharing that with us. And maybe one of my, if Scott is still here, if you can go to Philippines and beyond and punch up his URL, we'll give him a shout out as a scuba diving channel, because he's got real content. I would imagine you have real content. I've never been to your channel in almost probably a year, because everywhere I see your name, it's sniping me in the background. So I'm not going to go there and troll your channel, but now I know that you're a real blogger, so I think I will be interested in that. Or you can post your URL and one of my moderators can okay the URL. Thank you. You don't use descent lines. Oh, that's even more dangerous. That's even more dangerous. I commend you on that. When you're diving off the shore with no ascent or descent line, because there's no way to control. You have to go with. So you're a good diver. There's no doubt. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, that doesn't. I've done ascent and descents from in 100 foot of water. I don't like that. I like to have a line to hold on to, because you and I both well know at the end of the dive you're positive buoyant, and you can pop up like a cork if something happens, or you wanna be going up. So you got to drop everything out of your BC, and if you have a suit on, you need to have at least 18 pounds of weights. I like to be on a line. I've done ascent and descent dives. I don't like it. I'm not afraid of it, but I don't like it. And I would never do that without a dive master. I am not especially at my age, I am not comfortable with doing that. If emergency, yeah, I could do that. But hang time, at that time, you're running out of air. If you spend a minute too long on the bottom, when you're hanging, you're running out of air. It's very complicated. What Philippines and Beyond is talking about as far as diving is concerned is a lot more involved than what you would understand, what you people understand. No ascent line, no descent line. Everything is done on a dive calculator. And the dive calculator will tell you when to move up or how fast to move up. But I wouldn't do it. I don't have a dive calculator, so I go with a dive master that does, and I like to have an ascent and descent line. So Scott Del Fuego posted Philippines and Beyond's. Okay, thanks. Well, okay, you're not here for views. No, somebody is using your name. Somebody is using your name. I don't know why. So I believe you. Thank you. I only did free descent on shallow dives, says Scott Del Fuego. That's how it is most of the time. So Philippines and Beyond is moving into like the level of dive master at this point, where he goes with another buddy. No more dive master. He is close to it. I will never reach that point. I will never be a dive master. Not at my age. When I was younger, I could have gone to be a dive master. It just didn't interest me. But Philippines and Beyond is much more experienced than I am at this point. But I remember, so he went from never diving before to an experienced diver in a year and a half. That's quite an accomplishment. 2 thumbs up for Philippines and Beyond. The dive computer tells him everything. That's right. And now he's talking about having real gear. I don't have any of that stuff. I have a mask and a snorkel. I have my own tank and regulator. But of course, you know, you're not allowed to go diving by yourself. So far be it from me to ever go diving by myself and videotape it. But when you start to get involved with a simple dive calculator for a decent one, we're talking about $1,500 worth of gear to put on your back, a regulator, a mask, snorkel, fins, and a dive calculator could be $1,500 worth of investment gear. So that's quite a big investment. So this is no longer a hobby. It's something that he enjoys and does. The dive computer, okay, his dive computer is $500, and $1,500 of gear is about right. Yeah, the dive computer for $500. I remember, I never owned a dive computer, but I remember when they were minimum $1,000. So they've come down in price quite a bit. Thanks for sharing all this information. So, Philippines and Beyond, have you done wreck penetration? And where have you done that? Where is some place that you've experienced diving? Share it with other people that are going to be watching this video. Please, by all means. I can only share what I've done. And I've done Palawan from one end to the other on 3 different trips. Palawan has an amazing variety of dives. But again, you're in the Philippines. And there's 5 Japanese war wrecks that I did all 5 several times. Apo Island drift dives at a coconut. Night dives. Oh, night dives. You gotta love night dives. He does night dives. You want to talk about the otherworldly, oh my God, night dives. Night dives have got to be one of the most interesting things that you can do when you're diving. I did several night dives, not a lot, maybe 20 night dives. And I did all of them in warm water. The Bahamas, more specifically Bonaire, B-O-N-A-I-R, Bonaire. I did most of my night dives in Bonaire, in warm water. And Bonaire, in case for those of you who don't know, Philippines and beyond, if you ever get back to the Dutch West Indies, Bonaire, not Curacao, and not Bonaire is where you want to go. It's Curacao, Bonaire, and the place where they gamble. I forgot the name. They're volcanoes. So everywhere off the coast of Bonaire is a 45 or 30 degree plane down to, I was at 180 feet one day, but it goes down a lot further than that. So the basically Bonaire, Curacao, and the other place is a cone. And we did night dives. Now in Bonaire they have the mushrooms. By the way, the mushrooms in Bonaire. You want to do a cool dive. The mushrooms in Bonaire, in the British West Indies, grow to be 15 feet across and 20 feet tall. And it looks like a mushroom. I have the picture somewhere. And when you go down at night, you're not looking for a mushroom. You might run into them by accident. The dive master knows where they are. But you go, I just remember being inside a mushroom. In the mushroom is a real mushroom. It's an umbrella. And when you get up into the mushroom, you got 8 or 10, happen to be the consulate for the canal that goes through South America. It was I dove with the actual consulate for, I forgot the name of the canal. It's the one that goes through for all the shipping. Anyway, I dove with the bodyguards for the consulate of that. That's the name of the canal. I forgot. The Suez Canal? No? I'm not real sure whether it was the Suez Canal. I did this in 1981. Could be the Suez Canal. It's the one where they had the military base. So you get down, you first of all, this is no static line. There's no static line. So the dive master, you're following the dive master, and you get down. The Panama Canal, that's the one. Scott Del Fuego, that's it, the Panama Canal. I dove with the American consulate from the Panama Canal that I met in the airport. I was hitting on the guy's wife, Rick. His name was Rick. The Panama. Rick, I'm talking to this woman. We're in Curacao. Bonaire, Curacao, and then there's another island. We're in Curacao. You buy duty free, and I bought, I don't know, 2 bottles of tequila. But we have shot glasses set up on a 4-foot high counter, and there's hundreds of people in the airport in Curacao. This is 1980. You're allowed to drink in the airport. So I'm getting hammered. I am talking about hammered at the airport with 2 or 3 other men that I didn't know, but they were from my dive school out in Long Island. Tiedeman's Dive Center in Central Islip, I think it is. Tiedeman's Dive Center, Jean and her husband. So I'm there, and they're watching that because they already knew me. They knew that wherever I went, there was going to be excitement. So me and these 2 or 3 other men and 3 or 4 women, we are getting plastered on shots of tequila. Now, I didn't know they were with men, and this man walks over to me, and he's big. I'm only 5'7". He's very tall. He's probably well over 6'2", 6'3", but thin. And he walks over to me, and he does a shot. We had the shot glasses lined up on the counter, and he's talking to me on the side. We were all in the open air, so he goes to me. He goes, "That woman is really cute." And I said, "Yeah, but she's married." Because she had a wedding ring on. I didn't know who her husband was, but I didn't care. Well, it turns out, he goes, "And that means you wouldn't, you're not going to hit on her?" I said, "Hell no, man. She's got a wedding ring on. That's not, there's you know how many women around here are single?" So he goes, and he introduces himself as Rick so-and-so, as the security for the American consulate for the Panama Canal. And eventually I met all of them. So this is at Curacao in the airport. We got hammered. It turns out that's his wife that I was talking to. That not just her, but in that group. Turns out we're all going to the same hotel, which was, oh God, I forget the name of it. And we're all going to the same hotel, Bonaire. I forgot the name of the hotel. We're all going to the same hotel. And not only that, we're all good divers. And that was the crew. I didn't dive with Ed and Jean. Ed and Jean Tiedeman's dive shop in Central Islip, Long Island. I didn't dive with them. I dove with the Panama, the real consulate from the Panama Canal. The actual. So I dove with the American ambassador to Panama, and then the security detail that was with him. So in other words, there was about 12 people, men, in there, and then their wives or girlfriends. I dove with them every day. So we did the night dive together down into this mushroom. This was just something that I remember because the dive master took us down, and we go inside this mushroom, and it's nighttime. This is our first experience in the mushroom. And we can take our masks, and we put our masks. Here's my mask. Let me explain this to you. And Philippines and beyond will agree with me on this. All right, I'm going to use this junk mask. Where the fuck is my pot? Huh. I still don't see that pot. I'm still looking for my big pot. Huh. I'm getting a little bit upset about that. So When you go diving with somebody, when you're snorkeling with somebody, or you're scuba diving with somebody, or you look at a movie, let's just get this straight right now. If you have a mask on and you come up into shallow water or inside a giant mushroom and they go like this and they put the mask on top of their head like that, they don't know a damn thing about diving. They're not divers. You have to understand something. When you see this in the movie, James Bond or anybody else, Outman Flint, makes no difference. No certified, professional, open water 2 advanced diver will ever put their mask on top of their eyes. It's not going to happen. They'll take the mask off, but they will never put the mask on top of their forehead. So we all get into the mushroom and we're all down there with our masks like this. I remember this, just something that was just strange. So we all set our BCs up at positive buoyant. So we're all floating up to our shoulders with our masks down like this. It's probably 10 or 11 o'clock at night because that was when we did our night dive. And there's like 12 people under the water at night in this giant mushroom. It is so cool. And it's just an experience that you'd have to experience to understand. You can't, let me try to explain it a different way. I, Michael Fazio, was inside a mushroom that was 15 feet in diameter in 50 or 60 feet of water at night with the American consulate to the Panama Canal in Bonaire in 1980. In a mushroom, in a 15 with everybody sitting around with their masks hanging down under their chin. Nobody took their mask off and put it on their forehead. So when you talk about diving and you talk to somebody, they say, oh yeah, I'm a diver, and they put their mask on their head like that, that is not the person you want. You do not want to go diving with somebody puts their mask on their head. It's one of the first things that you learn. And the reason you don't put the mask on your head like this, if you see somebody taking a picture, they're not a diver. I don't know where you learned how to dive, but you were not trained properly if you do this. Because number one, a wave can hit your mask and it falls off, and then you have no mask. Number two, your hand can hit the mask. Number three, you could be climbing up the ladder and your hand hits your mask and knocks it off your head. So you clowns out there that think that you're bloggers and don't know the rules or don't know what you're blogging about, that's why I put it in the description. The clowns that think they know about blogging. So we're in this mushroom, right? And then from the mushroom, funny mushroom, right? We're inside this huge mushroom. From there, the dive master said he was going to, now he knew every inch. When you go diving, you don't swim 1,000 feet under the water. When you're going to do the dive in Bonaire, you might swim 50 feet. There's enough stuff to see in 50 feet that you'll remember for the rest of your life. There's enough stuff to videotape photography. You don't, and especially in a place like Bonaire, well, not so much Corso, but or the island off my island out here. There's enough stuff to see. You could just sit there, neutrally buoyant on a rock, and not move for 40 minutes. And see more life than you'll see if you swim 250 feet a meter above the rock. You're going to, because when you sit, so the dive master said, we're going to go see a seahorse, which I had never seen before in real life, and octopi, and multiple. So he took us, there was 2 dive masters, and they separated us into groups. He took us down to see a real seahorse. A seahorse lives within, from where it's born, it never travels more than 3 or 4 feet away from where it's born. If you take that seahorse and move it to another rock, it'll probably die. Michael Dowdy, there is excellent diving here at Tablas Island, Ramblan. I heard there was diving there. What is there? Is it deep dives or what's? Wait, let me go back up. Panama, right? What's your bottom time on a dive, Mike? At 60 feet, I'm an air hog. At 60 feet, I have 42 minutes of bottom time. And I'm an air hog for a very specific reason. When I was 22 years old, I had pneumonia. When I was 30, I got pneumonia again. You're susceptible to pneumonia when you get it. After you get it, you're susceptible. So I've had pneumonia 3 times in my life. So my lungs were damaged from the pneumonia. I had walking pneumonia where I should have died from pneumonia when I was 22 years old. Now how I got it is beside the point, but the point is my lungs were damaged even back then. And from then on, I never had really good bottom time. So at 60 feet, normal, you could get 60 minutes, a normal person, a small person. I'm a big person. At 60 feet, I can get 42 minutes if I'm not moving around. At 100 feet, I have 8 minutes bottom time. 9 minutes is stretching it at 100 feet. At 120 feet, 6.5 or 7 minutes of bottom time. That's it. So, because of my damaged lungs, which you can hear when I breathe, it's still it doesn't get better. They don't get better. At 60 feet, 42 minutes max. At 120 feet, maybe 7 minutes bottom time. At 100 feet, 11 minutes bottom time. That's it. I did the HUGH in Florida in the 1980, 81 or 82. I think I had 14 minutes of bottom time in the HUGH off of Marathon. So let's go back. To answer Philippines and beyond, my bottom time is garbage. It's 40% of the average diver. And I tell people that before I go diving with them that they call it an air hog. I'm an air hog because of damaged lungs, not because I'm not in good shape. My lungs were damaged. So there's an excellent diving here. Michael Dowdy. Michael Dowdy's a man that comes on my channel with positive stuff. He's another diver, apparently. There's an excellent diving here at the Tablas Island, Ramblan, Philippines and beyond. We are diving next month on Bohol. You want to go Balikasog, Balikasog. Balikasog Island has a nature preserve. I can't get the link up on here. Balikasog Island is a nature preserve. It's 2.5 miles right that way. 100% nature preserve. No fishing for 500 feet from the reef. And it has everything. Balikasog Island. It's the only nature preserve reef that I know about, because there's a wall dive right out here, right behind my house, but and there's a wall dive in Alona Beach. Alona Beach is a dead reef, dead. All the suntan lotion and all the gray water that came out of all the hotels in Alona Beach for the last 10 years without any kind of government intervention. Now there is, but before there was not. Alona Beach is a dead reef. Do not, Philippines and beyond, Michael Dowdy, do not waste your time doing what they call the wall dive off Alona Beach. In 2 hours on my 65th birthday, I saw one blackfish, some starfish, no octopus, no grouper, no lobsters, a couple of spiny, what they call spider starfish. I saw about 6 species of life off Alona Beach. Nothing. There's nothing. Don't waste your time doing a dive. Now, the dive boats that go to Balikasog Island originate from Alona Beach or from St. Augustine Church in Bohol, Panglao. Okay, Alona Beach is in Panglao, 9 kilometers from St. Augustine Church. Behind St. Augustine Church, there's 150 day boats. Some of them, and I mean some, because 90% of them are in neutral after the lockdown. Some of them will bring you to Balikasog Island. I went there 22 months ago on New Year's Day of 2021, and only one boat was going to go out that day during the lockdown. I went there a few weeks ago just to see what was going on because I had to pay my the immigration fees is right down in the block. So if you go to the immigration office on Google, you go just walk 200 feet towards the ocean, and there's 150 boats there. That place, I don't know that there's a dive boat that goes out from there. They're mostly day boats that will bring you to Balikasog, Virgin Island, Virgin Island, and possibly, if morning, you can see the dolphins swimming. So, but do not waste your time doing the wall. They'll say, oh, there's a wall dive off Alona Beach. Waste the money. Waste the time. Waste the money. I spent my whole 65th birthday there. And I had to do that because at the lockdown, they wouldn't bring me to Balikasog Island during the lockdown. It was 7 hours of wasted life. There was nothing to see. Just, you're looking at rocks, dead coral, no fan coral, no elkhorn coral, no fire coral in small amounts, and otherwise you're just looking at dead coral rocks off Alona Beach. Don't go. Don't do it. So Balikasog Island now has a live reef in a nature preserve where they're very strict. Nobody can fish within 500 feet of the reef. Now, you'd want to fish for big eye snapper or yellowtail snapper. That you could do, but you got to be 500 feet from Balikasog Preserve. Now, that would be a good dive if they still have diving. I don't know. I have not been able to go diving because of the lockdown, and then I had the infection on my leg. So I've really not been able to do any serious time out on the ocean. Even when I went on my 65th birthday, my leg was pretty much infected. It's getting a little better now, but at that point, it was okay at that point. It wasn't as the worst. It was worse before and worse after. So I didn't do a lot of diving in the last 2.5 years. But Balakasog is a beautiful dive. And now Michael Dowdy, so you want to do the Balakasog dive, and if there's another dive, I don't know about another dive. There's a wall dive right off my beach behind the Bellevue Hotel, Bilvue, Bellevue Hotel. You go to the Moro Ami, Mauro, Moro Ami Dive Center. It's 2 doors away from the Bellevue. Bellevue does not have diving. They used to have diving. They don't have diving anymore. So there's another dive right behind the Bellevue Hotel. It's not a wall dive, but it's a live coral dive. And before Odette, there was fan coral and a lot of elkhorn coral. After Odette, not so much. Now, I only snorkeled that, 6 months ago. I snorkeled behind the Bellevue at low tide where a dive boat was set up. And my maximum depth that I can dive down, free dive, without fins, might be 15, 18 feet. I'm not, because I'm buoyant. Leave it at that. So I think I got down 15 feet and I saw some coral, but nothing. Odette destroyed this reef behind my house. It destroyed it. The elkhorn coral is all but gone. The fan coral is gone. All the smaller corals we had 8 and 10 foot waves pounding on the shore for 8 hours during Cyclone Odette at low tide. It destroyed the reef behind Talisai Beach or behind the Bellevue. The only place where there's any live coral in Bohol now is behind the Bellevue and Balakasog Island. I don't know about any other place. If someone tries to drag you over to the nature preserve to the west side of Alona Beach, that is a dead zone. DEAD, dead zone. There is nothing inside the buoys at all. Nothing. There's not a fish. There's not an octopus. There's not a piece of coral. It's a dead zone. And as is the wall dive in Alona Beach. And that's all because of the pollutants from the tourists. They destroyed Alona Beach. Mostly from the suntan lotion, and then the effluents coming from the hotels before they stopped it, and then even after they put a moratorium on gray water into the ocean, it still happens. So that's what I would suggest. Balakasog. And now Michael Dowdy. There's a blue hole. They have never found the bottom, but awesome reef diving in the area in Romblon. Well, you would have never known that by the guy that lived in Romblon. Thanks, Michael. See, I don't, I've never been to Romblon Island, but when I go to a place, I don't look for bars or discotheques or clubs. I look for snorkeling or diving, but I have not been anywhere in 2.5 years. The lockdown, and then the infection on my leg prevented me from doing a lot of stuff. So Romblon, says Michael Dowdy. Check out Phil Divers on YouTube. Okay. Michael Dowdy says the 10 yards, the blue hole. They never found the bottom. Okay. Thank you. So from the beginning of my dive, if I dive down 60 feet, is 42 to 45 minutes. That's correct. Balakasag Island. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I don't have much bottom. I always tell people beforehand, I will not go down until I tell somebody I'm an air hog, because it's not fair to them. If I'm their buddy, they have to come up when I go up. So I look for another air hog, which is usually somebody that's inexperienced and just blowing air in and out of their mask, in and out of their regulator. But I'm an air hog. Yes, air hog. Tablas is just north of Boracay. I've never been to Boracay. Boracay, when I first came to the Philippines, there was a place called the Nest, N-E-S-T, in Boracay, hung on the side of it was a hotel, and they attached balconies to the coral. I was going to go there, but I never did. So Boracay, and I never did because I'm not a club or bar person. I've been in the Philippines for 7.5 years. I've never, ever, ever, ever been in a bar where they close the doors behind you. Never. Not in Cebu, not in Palawan, nowhere have I ever, not in Bohol. I've never been inside a bar, ever. And I've only had maybe 5 drinks in an open bar, 5 Heinekens. That's it. I've never had a mixed drink in a bar in Bohol, ever. I don't drink. I did when my leg was really infected for the pain. I used it for medicinal purposes. But in bars, I've never been in a bar in the Philippines, ever. And maybe I've had 5 beers in an open tiki hut. Maybe 5 beers. Maybe. I doubt I had that many. And they were all Heineken, except for one. It was one of those, some local beer. I dumped it out. I wouldn't drink that crap. It reminded me of Schlitz. What was the name of that? I forgot the name of it. It reminded me of Schlitz beer. Schlitz or Ballantine beer. Cow piss. I wouldn't drink it. I dumped it out. Philippines and beyond. I was in Molbol last month, and the Molbol diving. Okay, I went to Molbol in 2014. I was there for a couple of days. There was a storm. I don't remember. It had to be January because it was the week that they have the big fiesta in Cebu. There was a storm, so I was in Molbol talking to divers, and they all said the same thing. Diving in Molbol sucks. They go to Molbol to see the whale sharks. So I've heard the same thing about Molbol. It's just, and not only that, I walked the shoreline in Molbol. It's all rock. There's no sand. There's one place where there's sand, and that day that I went there, the waves were like 6 feet coming in from that storm. But all behind all the hotels, it's just all rock. It's not a fun place to be for me. Got to remember, I lived in the Florida Keys on a deep water canal with ocean access to my center console or my ocean racer. So for me, it has to be special to be special. What's a good dive shop in Panglao? I'll find that out for you right now. I'll tell you right now. There's 3 or 4. I'm going to have to move. Panglao. Panglao dive shops. Okay, so I got to look at it on the map. Okay, me personally, because the guy is an American and he has the best dive shop on the beach, Alona Divers. And that is located right at the bottom. When you go to Alona Beach, you're going to go, McDonald's is at the top of the road. You're going to go down the road. When you see the ocean, to the right is Alona Divers. That's the best dive shop that I've been to in Alona Beach. And it's an American-owned dive shop. So I'm going to recommend an American-owned dive shop. But there's another dive shop that I went to for my 65th birthday, because Alona Divers during the lockdown didn't have a dive that day. Let's see, scuba diving prices, Alona Beach, Alona Divers, Alona Beach. I would have to find the name of that place out. Alona Beach. Let me go to Alona Beach dive shops. Let me see. There's another place where the guy is really reasonable. The prices are good too. This is where I went on my 65th birthday. He might not have, his business might not be there anymore. I don't see the name of the business that I went to once before. You know what I could do? The Alona Divers, and then there was a fella from another country, really cool dude. In fact, being I don't remember the name of the dive shop. There was another. They're all decent dive shops, but Alona Divers is the biggest, certainly by far, in my opinion, the best that I've dove out of. But also, there are other good dive shops. So, would I recommend all of them? Probably. I've only dove out of 3. And they were all okay, but Alona Divers is the best. His equipment, his expertise, and his boats are all top of the line. But he's probably the oldest dive center there, so it wouldn't be the only place I would go to. I would go back to the other place if I could remember the name of the other place. You know what I'll do? I'll go to my channel. Then I'll open up a new window. I'll get you the name of the other place. It's a lot cheaper too. That's why, the only reason why I'm doing it is, okay, so I'm going to switch the channel here. I'm going to go to Hoodwinked. And then when I get to Hoodwinked, I'm going to go to my channel, and I'm going to go to my videos. Secrets of the dollar bill. Secret number 1, a kitty's hognose bat, life size on the dollar bill. And inside the nose of the kitty's hognose bat is a skull and bones with teeth. I'm going to go to my videos. Up. Where are we? I lost it. Hold on a minute. Back. I'm back on the page. Secrets. Okay, let's shut that off. Let's go to my videos. This is Secrets of the Dollar. Manage videos, 65th. I'll go to my 65th. Dive. Let's just go to dive. DIVE. This fella, I've dove his shop twice, and I'm very happy with this dive place. So I told him if anybody ever asked, I would recommend his place. So is it in the description? Let's see. Dancing Dive Master, the Obama, Real Men Dive Sive Saddle. No, it's not there. Let's go back. Okay. You know what? I gotta put my good glasses on. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Dive. D-I-V-E. Dive. Okay. Happy New Year's. Diving. That's a different day. Real Men Dive Sive Saddle. Let's show all of the videos. I don't know why I don't see it. Alona Beach best. Okay, I got it. Alona Beach, the best dive shop in Alona Beach. Okay, now I could go back to my home page. And then I can switch accounts and go back to Alpha Mail. And now I can post the link up on, I can post the name of the dive shop. Val something. Hold on a minute. This is the dive shop I would go to. Again, Lewis, John Blaze, Superman. Okay. Alona Beach, best dive. ValmDivers.com. Okay. I'm going to post that 3 times. This guy, Val, a tall foreign man. When the dive was not well, I dove on my 65th birthday, so I really wanted to do something special. I tried to dive on my birthday. This year, I was in a swamp on my birthday, Bantayan Island, the swamp known as Bantayan Island. So, it's basically swampland. So I call the whole of the island is a nature preserve that basically is based on natural habitat of swampland. But anyway, Val Divers is the place that I dove on my 65th birthday. And when I told the fella, this is the first time this ever happened, but it wasn't from a Filipino. When I told the fella it was my 65th birthday, he took $10 off the cost of the dive, which I did not allow. Because I had a good time, but it wasn't. I went there expecting to go to Balikasog Island, and then we did the wall dive, which is a dead coral dive. I mean, there's no life on the wall outside Alona Beach, and there's no life at all inside the sanctuary. So when I told Val, I had met him before, and I had dove with him before years ago. He said, well, I'll take $10 off of the cost of your trip. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that to you. That's not fair. You only had 2 of us out on the boat. You have to pay for the boat, the gas, the dive master, the assistant dive master. So Valm he's pretty and it's a very small shop. So when you go down the ramp, we call it the ramp, it's the road. When you hit Alona Beach, Alona Divers is on the right. That's the big super dive shop. It's a little more expensive than Valm, about $15 more per dive per day, per dive. Valm is to the left. Oh, I'd say it's not 300 feet from when you make a left. It's not 300 feet. It's a small dive shop. It might only be 40 feet across. It's a small little dive shop, but it's where I would go if I was going to go diving again. And there's the place. It's on the boards. Now we have some more comments. So I was up to diving in Mobile off the shore is junk. It's just a junk dive. Okay, so we have Hyman Grove. Welcome. Thanks. Okay, so what you can do, if you want, is put the name of the video or your video up on the board, and we'll okay that. Or you could put the name and a link up on the board, and we'll okay that as well for the blue hole dive. I've never been in a blue hole outside of the Florida Keys. And even then, I did my first open water dive in a blue hole off the Florida Keys, someplace near Marathon, and I think it was 60 feet of water. And that day, again, there was a storm. The viz was 15 feet. I didn't get to experience the beauty of an actual blue hole, and I've never been in one since. So I think if I get a chance, I might do that. Thank you. So if you want to post the name of the video and a link. All right, Polly Hogue, please, is here. Hello to you, Sir Michael Fazio. Hello, Polly Hogue, salamat. Thank you for stopping by. John Blaze, you can dive in a swamp, but you're going to come up with mud on your face. It's kind of like what happens when you listen. A swamp is a swamp is a swamp, John. You can ford a swamp, but it's still a swamp. John Blaze doesn't want to let that one go. In fact, I don't know that you're actually... I got to tell you something, John. I wouldn't go back to that island on a bet. I mean, maybe, there is nothing there that you're going to want to see. There's just nothing on Bantayan Island. There's no... On the ship, which I didn't get to yet, I'm going to get to that. On the ship that I was on, a guy... in the beginning of the video, is standing there with a German Shepherd at the top of the stairs, a baby. And I said to the guy, hello. And he said, hello. Is this your first time? I don't know what he was talking about. His first time on the ship, first time on this boat, first time going to Bantayan Island. Because Filipinos have a habit of asking you a question that there could be 12 answers to. And his question was, first time? So he made a statement, first time, sounded like a question, wasn't specific if it was my first time on the ship, my first time going to Balakasog, or my first time on the ocean. So I said to him, and this is a strange part of the video. I asked him 3 times. If I asked you what a good place to go to on Bantayan Island is, where would you recommend? Oh, there are many hotels. I said, no, for tourist spots. Yes, many hotels. So I said to the man, what about the ruins? Would you recommend going to the ruins? And his answer was, there are many hotels, many nice hotels. So I said it again, what about the ruins? And he said, yes, there are many hotels. So here's a man that lives on Bantayan Island and had no idea what the ruins were. And that's the only place that anybody will ever recommend to go to besides Octon Cave. This is for John Blaze. And anybody else that wants to go to Bantayan Island. It is, for me, it would never, I went there, you have the experience, it wasn't worth going back to. It's not worth the time and effort or the money to get to Bantayan Island, in my opinion. So John Blaze, you have 2 choices when you go there. The ruins, which is a bunch of broken concrete with graffiti all over it, and it's nothing special. Or Octon Cave, and you got to get there early or make a reservation the day before, because it's a natural nature preserve and they only let so many people in per day and then they shut it down. And that's it. Now, the swamp, there's lots of swampland on Bantayan Island. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do when you get there, but for me, I wouldn't, even if you said I'll pay for you to come back to Bantayan Island with me, I would have to tell you no, thank you. I don't have 4 days of my life I want to waste on in a swamp. I've seen swamps. I lived in the Florida Keys near the Everglades. That's the biggest swamp in the world. I've seen swamps. John Blaze, no, nothing you can bring from my leg. I have a prescription here. I have 3 more pills for a 14-day prescription, and then I can go back and get more if I need it. What is the name of this stuff? Yeah, and this prescription for 21 pills was 121 pesos. It was $2.60. So there's nothing you can bring me. Thank you. It was $2.50 for 21 pills, and it's working. It's working well. Thank you, John. Okay, my Philippines and beyond. What's nice about living here is we have over a dozen public entries to the ocean to be able to do shore dives and coral everywhere. Okay, that is nice. Down to 11. I need 18 pounds to become neutral buoyant. Well, I don't know how much I need now, but when I went on my 65th birthday, I weighed 267 pounds. I'm down to about 256, something like that now. So I'm probably down to about 14 pounds, maybe 13 pounds to be neutrally buoyant. I'm not real sure. It depends on how much muscle versus fat you have, of course. But on my birthday, I needed 18 pounds. Swamps are teeming with life. Yeah, Scott Del Fuego, he's needling. Scott Del Fuego is needling the swamp master. And I worship the swamp master. In fact, Aloe, the great Aloe de Winter, and I, we have an idea. We're going to make a placard. A placard. I have it written down. Hold on. I got notes. I have notes. I have notes. Where are my notes? Here it is, right here. Allo, he wants me to make a stick figure, and put the stick figure in like the top of a bottle, okay? And then at the base of the bottle, put the bottle in a puddle of mud. And that's going to be our icon for our next video series that Allo and I are going to do. And we're going to call it Swamp God in Glass. Right here. Right there. Swamp God in Glass. Allo and I, and Allo, and then I'm going to have another shirt made up with the Swamp Master's face in the shirt, inside my signature drone video. Inside this, I got one right there. In here, we're going to put another little face in here, and it's going to say F.U. France, because for some reason Allo doesn't like France. It's going to say F.U. France in here with a picture of the Swamp God in Glass up here. So I'm going to take a picture of the Swamp God on a glass bottle with sitting in a pile of mud, and I'm going to put it over here. And then somewhere else it's going to say F.U. France. And there'll be like whatever the France looks like on a map. And we'll have all of that inside this poster. And the poster will be behind me when we do my series. So it's going to be F.U. France in a geographical surface of France. And it's going to be a stick figure of a swamp master sitting on top of a bottle in a pile of mud. That was Allo's idea. I thought that was a great idea. So we're going to do that. And Allo and I are going to do a whole series on legal issues in the Philippines. And in fact, we're going to go over, what is this called? I have it right here. Just not to get off the subject, but we're going to go over the order on complainant's motion for reconsideration. We're going to go over this order, line by line. The order on complainant's motion for reconsideration. Allo and I are going to go over line by line the law for cyber libel in the Philippines, and what's necessary to convict for cyber libel, what needs to be proved for cyber libel, how difficult it is for cyber libel to be proved, but how to do it if you wanted to do it. But we're going to go over the 17 counts that were where Michael Fazio and the Swamp Master, in fact, the Swamp Master was all over the internet. Michael Fazio was going to go to jail for 85 years. Michael Fazio is not going to be allowed to leave the Philippines. The swamp master was going to have my visa shut off. I don't know. I don't remember. Well, blocked. I couldn't leave the. Then, if I did get to leave the Philippines, the swamp master was going to block me from coming back into the Philippines. And also, the swamp master knew for a fact that the fines for the 17 counts of cyber libel would be close to 20,000 US dollars, 1,000,000 pesos. And the swamp master was making video after video after video about that. And even the swamp master's real legal name is in this document, how he bared false witness against Michael Fazio. And in fact, the swamp master was compliant and complacent in falsely accusing Michael Fazio of cyber libel. So Aloe and I are going to do a whole series on the swamp master's lies, deceits, not even half-truths, plus the fact that the swamp master testified under oath to something that could not be proven. So the swamp master is not a reliable source of information. But the main factor in that document is that the swamp master was complacent in cyber libel against the complainant, not the defendant. If you didn't understand what I said, I'll say it again. The swamp master was complacent in cyber libel against the complainant, not the defendant. Not the defendant. Therefore, when the swamp master found out that he was part and parcel of a false doctrine against Michael Fazio, the swamp master had to withdraw his affidavit. It wasn't because of some arbitrary argument. Now, Aloe de Winter and I are going to do a whole line by line. We're going to break down the judicial system in the Philippines for cyber libel and Aloe's opinion. Now, this is going off a little bit sideways. We're going right back to diving after I say this. Aloe's opinion about the case against Meet Barry Jordan. And his opinion differs from mine, certainly differs from the swamp master. And I don't agree with him, but he explained to me why his opinion is different. And you're going to see that in an upcoming series of videos that Aloe and I are going to do together. Why Aloe believes what he believes. Me, I disagree with Aloe. And you'll see what our disagreement is and how, and why, and how he came to that understanding. And I'm going to tell you one more thing, and then we're going back to diving. Aloe has studied cyber libel for 5 years now, and the laws in the Philippines. We'll move back to the diving part of this issue. Philippines and beyond. I do 60 minutes on a dive and still have 50 bars left when I'm back on shore. Hey, that's cool. Louis Pagan-Ponce. Oh my God, Louis Pagan-Ponce. I haven't seen you in a very long time. Well, that's so Philippines and beyond. When you don't have damaged lungs, that's probably normal. And congratulations on that. Thank you. Philippines and beyond. He heard Alona Divers is the #1 dive shop on Alona Beach. You can't hear anything bad about Alona Divers because there isn't anything bad about Alona Divers. I dove at Valmod Divers, the one I posted the link to, because Alona Divers didn't have a dive going out that day. It was during the lockdown in September of 2021, and dive shops were having trouble getting anybody to go diving. And the dive shop that I dove from, we only had myself and one other diver on the boat. And nobody's sending out a boat for one diver. So Alona Divers had no divers. So I went to him first, and then he said, I have no dives going out today. And it was my birthday, and I want to be on the water on my birthday. And so I walked up and down the beach, and then I went back to an old... At first, it looked like Val was closed. Val Divers was closed. But there was a man sitting at a picnic table next to the entrance, and I said, is it going to be open? He goes, I hope so. I want to go diving today. So I waited with him. Louis Pagan-Ponce, a member for 11 months. Superman. Hope all is well, Mike. What is one dive spot in the world that you wish you had gone to? Heard. I actually wish. I understand that Israel, off the coast of Israel, has some of the best diving in the world. Now, I've never been there, and I don't remember what's off the coast of Israel, but I heard that was beautiful. Australia does not interest me one bit to go diving in Australia. But Israel did interest me when I was really into diving, when I was in my 30s. Israel was the one place I would have wanted to go to, but instead I went to the Dutch West Indies, and I dove Bonaire, the Divi Hotel in Bonaire. That's where I dove. Divi. The Divi Hotel, I've been there twice. And the Divi Hotel in Bonaire, at the time, was the place to be. One of the more spectacular dive sites on Bonaire Island. I don't know what it is now. And the reason I went there was because that's where my dive master chose for us to go to. But there was an option on our dive package. I don't recall. I think it was breakfast only dive package. And I don't remember what it was. It was expensive. It was $20 a day. But for breakfast, which was served until 11 o'clock. So we would, and it was from early in the morning. So we would get up and have breakfast. You could have all the Caribbean lobster and all steak that was imported from Brazil. All the Brazilian steak, all the shrimp, and all the lobster you could eat and the butter was real butter with garlic or not garlic, and French toast, eggs, all that stuff. It was worth $20 a day. Now you got to remember, $20 a day then would be like $60 a day now. That's what I paid when I went to Atlantis for my mother. I bought her a meal package in 2001. It was $57 a day for her breakfast only. So Israel would be the one place that I remember saying I would want to go there. But there are lots of places in the world to go diving. But Israel was supposed to have some of the most beautiful dives in the world, anywhere in the world. And that would be, if I could just say right now I want to be on a dive, it would be Israel, because that was what I remember to be the best diving in the world for some reason. And I don't know what it was. I don't remember what it was. Now, Lewis says, Silfra, Iceland, is spectacular. Iceland has a word in it that I could never go diving. Ice. I can't do cold water diving. My fingers freeze up. I have I don't have good circulation in my fingers. Cold water diving for me was way out of the question, even when I was in my 30s. When I really started diving. I got certified legally in 1980, so I really started diving in 1980 legally. And cold water diving, my fingers freeze up, even with gloves or mittens. I can't do cold water diving. So Iceland, by definition, I would never go to Iceland. But Israel, I would have gone. Australia is supposed to have some great dives, but I don't want to see great white sharks. That doesn't interest me at all. I don't know. I know that divers very rarely get accosted by great white sharks, but Australia has them, and I don't want to see them. There is nothing for me that's interesting about a great white shark. Nothing. Zero. What is interesting for me? I need water. I'll be back in a minute. Where the fuck did Daisy? I'll be back. I need water. Where the hell is my pot? This pot is crimping my style. Where the fuck did that go? You know what I'm gonna? I can't even do that. I can't even do that. 09. I can't even find out where it is. Where the heck did she put the pot? What's the number there? Hold on a minute. Let me see if I get Daisy on the phone. No phone. No. I don't know where the pot is. I couldn't go to John Blaze. Oh my God, John Blaze. He became a member. Salama. I forgot I even had memberships. Thank you, John Blaze. Salamat. So yeah. And thank you very much, John Blaze. He became a member of my, I don't even know what they call it. Louis Pagan-Ponce is a member for 11 months, and John Blaze is now a member. Thank you very much. I look forward to meeting John Blaze. The last time I met John Blaze was in Alona Beach, in the heyday of Alona Beach. I've actually had some conversations or light banter back and forth. Not banter, but light communications between John Blaze and I. I actually like what John Blaze is doing. I can tell you why John Blaze is doing what he's doing, but he already did that. If you want to know why John Blaze went back to doing videos about the Philippines or his lifestyle, go and research his videos unless he wants to put down. But John Blaze explained himself, and there's no further explanation necessary. John Blaze explained himself perfectly well in one of his videos. And I actually thought that was pretty cool. And what I really think that's pretty cool about John is that he has a diversified lifestyle of that of a middle-class American or upper middle-class American. He's got a farm, 30 cows, if I remember correctly. He said it takes him about 1 hour a day, and the rest of the farm work is done by his farm hands. He has, now, I've never owned an RV, but his RV is an RV. It's a real fifth wheel. And it doesn't get much better than that. Yeah, I mean, you can live in that, which he said he lives off the grid in the RV. And he has all the amenities to go with the RV, which is pretty cool. So when you see somebody like that, John Blaze's lifestyle is the equivalent of what my lifestyle was back in the 90s, the 80s, and the 2000s when I lived in the Florida Keys, when money was flowing in and out of the bank account on a regular basis. Well, his lifestyle is a very, very comfortable lifestyle. He has money to buy a $49,000 RV. He has money to buy 1,500 projectiles in steel cases. He has money to buy the projectile disperser, the 15RA projectile disperser. He has money for 60,000 US dollars in a toolbox. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible. And is it believable? Yes, it's believable. That is not a lot of tools, but for a man to have $60,000 worth of tools, it's a big amount of tools. I mean, it's not a lot of tools. Believe me when I tell you it's not a lot of tools, but it's a lot of tools. It's not a lot of tools, but it's a lot of tools. And his point was that his toolbox is worth more than most houses in a swamp. That was his point. And you got to go watch the video of his toolbox. That's worth more than most houses that you'd want to buy in a swamp. And I believe him, because he's just not like, you know, some people have the ability to lie, cheat, and steal under the false pretense of lying, cheating, and stealing. John Blaze is not that man. Even John Blaze said, Michael, can I bring you Loctite? Loctite comes in a tube like this, a lot smaller than this, actually. Now, Loctite is, for this size Loctite, I don't know, $75. Okay, it's a very thick bottle of cryolinic acid. Okay, so he asked, but 5 months ago, I found a bottle of Loctite, red. I don't need Loctite. But if I was a jerk, I would have said, yeah, okay, get me Loctite. I can't ask him for something I don't need. So that's the difference between men and not being men. Men are going to talk to you like, this is what I could use, this is what I can't use. We're not going to lie to each other, because eventually you can only lie to a real man one time. Like, we got rid of that Mikasa, Miko, Mike, Mick, Mac, because he's a liar. He's a backstabbing, sniping liar. We got rid of him. He disappeared because I saw his comments. How many times can you lie to a real man? Best friends? Maybe once. And then we're done. Okay? After that, you could maintain a relationship with somebody that was your best friend, but when your best friend lies to you, there better be a good reason. So John and I have no reason to lie to one another. I talk to John. John talks to me. I believe what he says from a point of view that we're real men having a conversation. So John Blaze is a real man. Many other people, Dennis Adam, real man. Scott Del Fuego, real man. Jack Thompson, real man. These are the people that I've experienced that are real men. I had a guy, I'm not going to talk bad about the people who were my friend. Dave Exline, real man. Okay, he's Captain Dave. Real men. We never lied to each other about anything, ever. We know each other for many years. Other people have blah, blah, blah in between the truth. There's no reason to get involved with names, but I don't talk to them anymore. Okay? But John Blaze and I have a communication where we've not lied to each other about anything. Why should we? And he understands life in general. He has a different point of view. He lives in farm country. I live near the ocean. I grew up on the water. He grew up on a farm. But he's still, I compare his lifestyle now to what I did 20, 30 years ago. My lifestyle now is okay for me. I'm okay with my lifestyle. You only have the negative people like Miko Mike and Mick. People with zero content on their channel sniping you from the back, from the sidelines. Like that piece of garbage. The other piece of garbage that Scott went after the other day and then got blocked. I won't mention his name. I live halfway around the world, otherwise I'd go to Bahal. Well, first of all, you don't live halfway around the world, and second of all, you're not coming to Bahal. And if you do, are you going to do what you said you were going to do, or are you going to attack me from the rear? You're a piece of garbage, dude. You know who I'm talking about, too. You always have something negative to say about me, and you'll never do what you say you're going to do. You've never done it. You're not going to do it. And if you do, you'll do it from a shady direction, like the last guy. So you people out there that profess to be real men, you're all a bunch of lying, backstabbing, no content people. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care that this clown that snipes me every day has an expensive barbecue. So what? I would cook on a $10 hibachi with charcoal before I cook on a $1,500 gas grill with pellets. So you people out there that profess to be real men, it's not really, it's an act. You know it's an act. I know it's an act. Miko Mike snipe every day, and then he comes on my channel and says, "Good morning, Mr. Fazio." I don't want you on my channel. John Blaze will never do that to me. I'll never do it to him. The difference between real men and these backstabbing snipes that you have on YouTube that won't ever back up what they say. Because why should they? Do they really want that kind of aggravation in their life? Of course not. But the fact that they got to run their mouth, that's something else altogether. And I am limited to what I can talk about on YouTube. But we're going to leave it at that. At this time. But that's going to change. John Blaze also joined the channel, says Scott. Yes, he did. Thanks for the mention. He did do that, Scott. Thank you, John Blaze. Philippines and beyond. They charge 1,500 pesos for air. No, they do not. That has to be Alona Divers charges 1,500 pesos for air. I think there's a mistake on the website, because right now I could get a tank charged for 130 pesos. So why would it be 130 for me at any dive shop and then 1,500 pesos from them? I think there's a mistake. Let's see. Can't be. I pay 130 for a tank of air. If I want air, I just talk to the guy. He delivers air to the beach right here. I can just give him my tank and he'll give me another. He'll come back with my tank the same day. Here in Darwin, we pay 125. I pay 130. So I pay $3 for a tank of air. I think 1,500 pesos is a mistake. I think it should be 150, Philippines and beyond. Arthur Yellow, a blogger on Bantayan, bragged. Oh, we know where this is going. Swamp King. We worship the Swamp King. Now, he never bragged about being an expert diver. Not scuba. Oh, that was disgusting. Oh, God. That was disgusting. Come on. How could you embarrass? How could you embarrass your partner like that? I remember that, Arthur Yellow. I remember that. And that is truly a disgusting thought. The fact that it doesn't taste like honey, Arthur Yellow. Let me try to explain this to you. Okay, from a biological point of view. Oh God. The sweet taste of honey was nothing more than a bacterium that tasted like honey. But honey and bacteria are two different things. I tried to explain this to Scott Del Fuego the other day. I'm not going to get involved because I don't want this video to be, X-rated, but when you kiss a woman, and we all have kissed women, when your saliva and the taste of their mouth, you can taste their saliva, they can taste your saliva. There's nothing complicated about that. But what you're actually tasting in the mouth are enzymes and bacteria. And the bacteria are a form of enzymes that are going to break down food particles, food particles, whatever you consume. But you are tasting bacteria or what's called enzymes, same thing. In fact, for you people that don't understand biology, 75% of the physical part of the human body is bacteria of one form or another. In your stomach, bacteria breaks down the food. Okay, but 75% of the human body is a form of bacteria, good or bad. Good flora, bad flora, it doesn't matter. Now, of course, the majority of the body is made out of water, but the part that's not water, 75% is considered one bacteria or another. Well, when you kiss a woman, no matter where, you're tasting bacteria. And that part where the person said the bacteria in the person's mouth tasted like honey, it's not honey, it's bacteria. And we're going to leave it at that. Arthur Yellow. He had to bring that up. Okay, we will check him out. Val, thank you. Pelicans can dive. Pelicans, oh God, yeah. When I lived in the Florida Keys, we would watch the pelicans dive when we would be going out on the ocean or even in the canal when they'd see a school of fish. They're good divers. But in swamps, they come up with mud. They're not mud divers. You'll never see a pelican dive into a pile of mud, into a swamp. You'll see them dive into a school of fish and come up with a whole array of fish in their pouch. Yeah, pelicans are good divers, but not swamp divers. Philippines and beyond, thank you for stopping by. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to figure out a way to keep all these links up. I don't know how to do that. Somebody want to tell me? I'm not real good with this YouTube stuff. Good night. Good night, Philippines and beyond. Thanks for sharing your diving experience with us. You know what? That's probably true, Louis. I don't remember seeing baby pelicans in back of my house. They were always full-size pelicans. And working on a fishing boat, when we brought our catch at the end of the day to Key Largo Fisheries, at that time, I don't know about now, at that time, you could not clean a fish in any way, shape, or form. So when we came back in on the Jimbo or the risky business, we could not take the head or gut of fish. No matter how big the fish was, you weren't allowed to do that till you hit the dock. Then you were allowed to gut it. We would see thousands of pelicans behind the boat. I think I even have videos of that, me, my dad, and my brother with the pelicans behind the boat. But in Key Largo. But yeah, we never did see. But and then you could throw the heads and the fish and the tail and stuff out, and the pelicans would eat it. But I never saw a baby pelican. You're right. Belly fills in. Did I paint the yellow brick road? Of course, I painted the yellow brick road. I used 1,200 cans of spray paint. When I worked on the set of The Wizard of Oz, I used 1,200 cans of yellow spray paint to paint the yellow brick road. I am responsible for the painting of the yellow brick road. Good question. Thanks for reminding me. When I met the wizard and I met the other girl, I forgot it, and the Wicked Witch of the West and the Wicked Witch of the East Witch, I was the one that painted the yellow brick road. I was the person. And I used 1,200 cans of spray paint. Dorothy, when I met Dorothy and the Tin Man and the Lion, I thought that was a pretty cool movie. I always thought that was real, too. There's no place like home, right? Scott Del Fuego is given the puke faces for the bacteria-laden mouth that the Pelican Man talked about diving into the mouth, the bacteria-laden mouth. That was pretty. Oof. I remember talking, but where the hell is these? Where's my pot? 0975. Okay, let's. I don't know where she went. I'll have to find it later. I need to get that pot. I need to bang a pot. I need to make a lot. So, if there is no further questions, let's go back to my regularly scheduled show. All right, let's go back here. I want to talk about the Okay, first of all, I gotta punch this up. I want to talk about, where are we here? Okay, I want to talk. Scott bought some Still lawn equipment. Still, yes, Still is still a good brand. It's still a great brand. What lawn equipment did you buy exactly? Because Still has expanded from chainsaws to lawn equipment. I think they even have they have a generator now. Still, I saw a generator by Still. I don't need one, but I saw one, and they have a grass cutter, a grass whip, a Still grass whip, a blower, string trimmer. That's what I was just saying. They have a string trimmer by Still. Mine is freaking, I think, Ryobi. Ryobi made one of the best grass cutters ever made, and I bought that back in 1995, and I still have it. I need a clutch. It needs to have a clutch put in it, but Still is making expanded their power tools to a string cutter. I remember the blower. Thanks for telling us about that. Let's go back now. Scott, you're welcome to put the links for that stuff up there if you like. The Bantayan. All right, where is this? I got to move this over here. Now this one here, that's my home page. This is my video. Is this the video? I lose track. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, on this video, I'm going to turn this around in a minute. Turn it around right now. In this video called HUGH Port to Bantayan Island, $4 per adult, and a 2-hour trip over 9 miles of ocean seasickness. Okay, so why did I put that down? Well, when you leave the port of HUGH, there's open water. We call it open water. Open water between HUGH and Bantayan Island, probably 7 miles. Seven miles of open water. Is there normally 7 to 8 foot waves? No, but that day there was the Typhoon Noru on September 25th, and we were coming back, I think, on the 26th, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure. It could have been the 20th. I think it was the 26th. But Typhoon Noru, this typhoon here, made 8-foot waves between HUGH Port and Bantayan Island. So that's why I put seasickness in the video. Now, if I take this right here, I'm going to do that. Hold on. I'm going to copy this information. I'm going to copy that. Then I'm going to go to the video, HUGH Port to Bantayan Island. And then I'm going to post all of that information that I had in my community page. And then I'll be able to go to the links. I'm going to comment, go back up to the top. I'm going to, all right, so now any link that I have. So here, start the video at 26:32. 26:32 to see huge steel hull fishing vessels. Okay, so I want to show you this because no one's ever shown you. All these so-called bloggers are nothing but bologna and cheese artists. All these so-called bloggers. 26:32 to see huge steel hull boats. So now it'll bring you to the video of the steel hull boats. This boat here is a huge, this is a big vessel now. This is not a small vessel. This vessel here is 140 feet. This one here, this is the back of the vessel. 150 feet, could be 175 feet, because I can't get a perspective here. But this is a real steel hull fishing vessel, it does not have pontoons or outriggers. This is an outrigger here. This is a real fishing vessel with a real ice bin and compressors and generators and lights and fish nets and rigging. So this so-called blogger that lives in a swamp that's never blogged anything about the Philippines since the day he's gotten here goes past this fishing fleet, I don't know, 20 times and never has a picture of the fishing fleet at the top end of Cebu in HUGH or San Remo, wherever that is up there. Why? Well, because he's not a blogger. Look at the size of this vessel here. This is probably 40 feet, this vessel, 36 to 40 feet. And this vessel's 150 to 175 feet, judging from that. This one is 75 feet for sure. So this one, why doesn't this so-called blogger that lives in Bantayan Island, why doesn't he have any video of the port leaving or entering the port of HUGH? Because he's not a blogger. He's a bologna and cheese corporation. He makes bologna and cheese sandwiches, and that's all he does. He's a bologna and cheese artiste. We can call him an artiste. So now going down into the description again now. That was 26:32. Let's go to 26:23. And this is how this works. You click on that timestamp, and then you will see huge all-wood BANKA boat style fishing boats. Okay, so let's click that. And now this is, got to go back 10 seconds. All right, let's get a zoom in on that. Okay. All right, let's get a zoom in on that. Okay, these are BANKA style wood boats. These are wooden boats. Why doesn't the Rock of Bantayan Swamp, the Swamp Master, the Swamp Meister, why doesn't he have a video of these boats? Now, this is the first time I ever went out from this port, but if you're a blogger, you're looking for stuff like this. Why doesn't he have video of these boats? Even a picture, nothing. Because he's not a blogger. He pretends to know about photography, but that's what it is. It's swamp gas. He's projecting swamp gas. And these are like his mental projections are kind of like when you're in a desert and you see an apparition or a what do they call that? A mirage. His swamp gas is creating a mirage in his head that he's a blogger. I'm a blogger. That's swamp gas. It comes from breathing in swamp gas, too much swamp gas. So this is the fishing fleet that's made out of wood, BANKA boats. Now this is a whole industry. Why do we not know about this from a blogger in Cebu? Because he's not a blogger. Hold on a minute. He's not a blogger. He's a bologna and cheese artiste. Okay, let's go back here. So these are all wooden BANKA boats. And then, of course, the next right there, okay, wooden BANKA boat with outriggers, wooden BANKA boat with outriggers, wooden BANKA boat. These are big, huge, multi-million peso boats, all doing nothing. No work, no money, no, if you look closely at these boats, there are no nets. If you look closely at this boat, there's no fish net. If you look closely at this boat, there's no fish net. If you look closely at this boat, there's no fish net. Why? Because the economy in Upper Cebu and Bantayan Island is in a neutral, if you want to call it neutral, or negative capacity. Now let's go forward a little bit more. Okay, let's go to the next set of boats. There we go, right there. Now this boat has no net on the boat. That means they're not fishing with this boat. Even this huge boat here, the boat in front of it, the boat back here, probably 150 feet long, this boat back here. No nets. No fish nets means no work, means no business. However, when we get to the steel hull boat, this one is set up for deep water ocean fishing. This boat has nets on the back of the boat and buoys. Now, you know the other boats have no nets because there's no yellow buoys. That's what a Philippines blogger should have in his blogs, but he's not a blogger. He's a swamp gas mirage type of guy. Breathing in that swamp gas is causing delusions of grandeur and swamp gas delusions. Okay? Why doesn't the swamp master have video of HUGH? Because he's not a blogger. He's a swamp gas bologna and cheese artiste. Now, let's go on here. All right, then the next, okay, that's one fishing boat here, ocean going, steel hull, no outriggers. Ocean going, steel hull, no outriggers. Hold on a minute. I don't know if okay, I had to wipe the camera down. Ocean going, steel hull, no outriggers, no flotation outriggers. These booms here, the booms that hold the fishing nets away from the boat, they're called outriggers. There's many different types of outriggers, but no flotation outriggers. If you go to the wooden boats, just go back here a moment, you're going to see this is an outrigger, a flotation outrigger, and then up further is a steel hull outrigger. These are steel. This is and they have shivs on them to grab the netting. Well, let's go forward a little bit. Now, here's a cargo vessel. This is a cargo vessel, not a fishing vessel. Has no outriggers. But this is an industry I never knew even existed up in HUGH Island, or the part of HUGH. There's lots of stuff up there I had no idea existed. And I narrate this video all the way through. Now here, let's go back here a moment. Right here is another, now this is a steel hull. The reason why I mention this is because the wooden boats do not have nets on them, but the steel hull boats do. Apparently, the steel hull boats are going out into deep water ocean fishing, whereas the wooden boats can't do ocean fishing. I don't know for a fact why, but that would be my guess. Okay, now let's go forward again in my video narration, and you're going to see quite a few abandoned boats. This is an old steel hull boat that's pretty much rusted, but it looks like it's still seaworthy. I'm going to shut this sound off. And now this is the most interesting part. I put my hand up right here in a moment. This is what these cargo ships look like from an outside perspective. Now they have one bus, a 40-foot box, on the cargo ship. So basically they can put 3 40-foot, 50-foot. Now it's a 40-foot box, but it's 63 feet from the front of the truck to the back of the truck. Could be 75 feet. They make different size rigs. So, and this is what a cargo container that ships cars and trucks looks like. This is probably a 20-foot box. This is a full-size bus, 50 people on that bus. So let's go further a little bit. And now I'm going to show you the oldest mosque in Cebu, or the biggest mosque in Cebu, which you don't see from the Rock of Bantayan. You don't see him mentioning that there's a big ancient mosque in Cebu. I don't know why, but you don't see it happening. Now this is another steel hull vessel, fishing vessel, steel hull, no nets. No nets means it's not a working boat. Not a working boat. Now this looks like there's a small net up there, but not enough netting to be of any, not enough work rigging to say that this boat's going out every day. Now let's go a little bit further, and you're going to see an entire shipbuilding industry. Repairs and shipbuilding from scratch. And here we are. This is the shipbuilding industry. Look at this. Look at the size of this shipbuilding industry, too. It's not a little operation. It's a huge operation. This ship is being refurbished. This ship is being refurbished. This ship is being refurbished. And now we're going to come to where they're building an actual barge, probably 70 feet wide barge by 100 plus feet long. Oop, let's go back. So where is the Rock of Bantayan when it comes to this material that I'm showing? $29.43. Okay? $29.43. Now I have the timestamp. Look, this barge, this is called a dump scow or a scow barge. Scow, S-C-O-W. It's got a crane on it for filling the area up or taking the material off, and it might even have hydraulic dump doors. But this is a barge that's being built, probably 60 feet across and 150 to 200 feet long. This barge could be 40, 50 feet across, but it's definitely close to 200 feet long. And this is a shipbuilding industry that they have here in Cebu. Where is the Rock of Bantayan's content that he's gone by this 30 or 40 times in the last few years, but never made mention of any of this stuff? They're building a couple of ships over there. Shipbuilding in the Philippines. Wow. Shipbuilding in the Philippines, baby. It's about 85 feet. And that's the size of the average boat that my dad used to run around New York Harbor in was 85 to 130 feet. This boat's about 85 or 90 feet. Probably has one 5,000 horsepower engine in it. But where is the content from the Bantayan Swamp Master showing you this stuff? Now here, I thought this was really cool. At 2846 right here, let's click that. Yeah. Behind my hand is Cebu's oldest mosque, 113 years old. And it has the tower, the steeple. I'm not real sure what it's called. I'm not familiar with mosque terminology, but this whole area here, this dome, which you could see better in the daylight, is a mosque. I think it's Cebu's oldest mosque, according to what somebody said later on. So I didn't know there was a huge mosque up near HUGH, and neither did you until Michael Thomas Fazio showed you the mosque at the top of Cebu. So, stop the video at 2943 to see a huge shipbuilding facility, never seen in any of the bloggers' videos, and 3 ships and barges that are being built. And again, you can't see this stuff from your bedroom. However, ask, how is it possible that a famous blogger, how is it possible that a famous blogger, how is it possible that a famous bloggers have taken this trip many times and never shared these sights and sound with their subscribers? Well, the answer is simple. They're not real content creators on YouTube. They're not real content creators. Like the guy with the barbecue. He doesn't have any content up on his page. He just likes to go around sniping people with the negative comments. So is he a blogger? No. He's a commenter, and not a very nice one at that. Now, the real question, that's a real question. How come real bloggers don't have this content up on their page? And the answer, the people who profess to be bloggers with $30 cell phones can't get visuals like this, and in fact know nothing about the vernacular of the sea to even attempt a narrative of this nature. Now at 3019, we're going to start to see open water. This is open water. This is the ocean. This is where you can run across 8, 10, 12, 15-foot seas in a storm. Now, there was something I forgot to put in here. It's right here at 2502. This is a fishery, a live fishery. I don't know what kind of fish. And these are, I think there were 3 of these off the coast of HUGH. And these have nets. The poles go down to the mud, but the netting goes inside the poles. And it's like it's called a fish farm, but it's an open water fish farm where they could probably have bigger fish because they have what they call clean water running through the netting. So you could have bigger fish that need more oxygen. There's licenses for something like that? Probably not a lot of these are left, not because of the storms, but because of the other fish farms along the shorelines. So this is at 25. At the 25-minute mark, you can see a fish farm. I'll put that in there later on. Now I'm going to go back to the comments now, and then I'm going to end this video. Blower and string trimmer. A real peso millionaire. Stop talking about my blower. My blower is more powerful than your blower. My electric blower is more powerful than his gas blower. The Rock says thank you for pointing out these features of the islands to him. Jim Alva with the sarcasm full speed ahead. Hey, Jim, I don't know if you got my message, but I don't know why I can't put money into Skype. That credit card is good. I don't know why I can't get money into Skype with that credit card, because what happened with that credit card, I sent you a message, but that credit card expired 3 months ago. And I got the new credit card to my house in New York City, but it's never been put through a machine. I think it has to be put through the machine. So I can use my Philippines credit card. I think I can do that. I can switch it over, but I just haven't had time. So I ran out of money in Skype, but I didn't forget about you. I just haven't gotten to put the other credit card in there. As I think I tried it once. I don't remember why it didn't accept my new credit card. Both my credit cards are good, but the one from America has not been put through an ATM machine. So that's the reason. So Jim Alva with the sarcasm, let's do that again. The Rock says thank you for pointing out. Let's copy that down. I like that. The Rock says thank you for pointing out these features of the island to him. Are you talking about the Swamp Master Rockman? The Swamp Gas guy? The Rock. The Rock. The guy who's been breathing in swamp gas and having mirages in his head. That guy is a trip, man. That guy. The stuff he says and the stuff that's about to be said about him. This is going to be a very interesting turn of events in a few short months. After Aloe and I are done going over the 17 counts of cyber libel to Michael Fazio, we're going to talk about the Swamp Master and where he made his mistakes, legal and otherwise. The Swamp Master is in for a wild ride. Let's put it like that. The Swamp Master committed some pretty egregious negative statements against Michael Fazio. Michael Fazio is going to jail for 85 years. That didn't happen. It's all in this document. Michael Fazio, the 17 counts of cyber libel. Michael Fazio will not be allowed to leave the Philippines. Well, I went to Vietnam. The swamp master lied outright about not being able to leave the Philippines. The swamp master, the rock, the swamp rock, said, I'm stopping Michael Fazio's passport from being used and his exit visa will be canceled. Well, he lied. He lied. He lied about that. I had no problems. All my paper, I actually have all the papers around here somewhere. Here it is right here. This is a pile of papers too. Inside this, I'm not going to show it to you, but inside this pile of papers right here, there is proof that the swamp master is nothing more and nothing less than a bologna and cheese artiste. Low class bologna and cheese at that. We're talking about the kind of spooge they make cheese out of, the residue from a real cheese container. And the slime that's left over when they make bologna and cheese, you know, that slime after a few days, that's what the swamp master is capable of. Because inside here is an exit visa clearance from immigration. Inside here is my vaccination document that I was vaccinated, and my Vax card is I have that glass with plastic. I have a full vaccination card. The swamp master, didn't he lie about me not being vaccinated? He lied about that, right? Yeah, he was definitely a lie. Fazio's not vaccinated. He can't leave the Philippines. Well, first of all, I don't have to tell you everything that I do. I don't owe you an explanation. And second of all, you are breathing in swamp gas at an alarming rate. Your ability to comprehend reality is slowly starting to fade, as is your projected existence in the Philippines. Slowly starting to fade away. Aloe predicts that you will give up in 2 years and walk away from the swamp. That's Aloe's prediction, not mine. He's going to talk about that. The stress level that the swamp master has created for himself, he will eventually have to walk away from it. I don't know about whether Aloe's right or not. But anyway, inside here was my ticket to Vietnam, ticket to Manila, ticket to Vietnam, ticket back from Vietnam to Manila, ticket from Manila back to Bohol, and my exit clearance visa. Now I'm going to give you guys a piece of information. With the new rules and regulations, I would not suggest, you can do what you want, but I would not suggest to buy a throwaway ticket online for, I don't know, whatever they cost, $30, $40. Now, I did that once. I did that in 2000, I think it was 2019. I actually did that. I bought a throwaway ticket for $24. It's good for 48 hours. And when I went to immigration in Manila, I had a picture of that on my cell phone. And the immigration officer only said to me, do you have... Oh, wait, I'm wrong about that. Oh, I'm wrong. That was 2016. The immigration officer said, do you have a throwaway ticket, 2016? And I said, yes, sir. And I took my phone. He goes, okay, go ahead, move on. He didn't, because I said my buntag, Maayokayo, Salamat, I don't know a lot of words, but And he goes, do you live here? I said, yes, I live here. Ah, okay. How long? At that point was 3 years, 2.5 years, 3 years. 2017 it was. April of 2017. April 21st. So 3 years. He said, okay, move on. Now in 2019, I was bringing back my cargo cans, my reefer, the cargo cans. I was so busy, I forgot to buy a throwaway ticket. I'm going to tell you. So I get to the immigration, and the guy says to me, the immigration officer says to me, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. Sir, do you have your onward ticket? That's what it's called, an onward ticket. I said, no, sir, I don't need an onward ticket. I live here. Here I am, delusion, running. I was late. I'd been up for 36 hours on this flight. It was snowing when I left. It was freezing cold. It was 3 hours of traffic to get into the airport. We left the house at 12 o'clock, whatever day it was, say Thursday afternoon. I wasn't even in Manila until 2 o'clock in the morning the next day. It was like 38 hours, the trip, because of snow in Vancouver, Canada. There was 6 inches of ice on the runway. We had to wait for the plane to be de-iced. Anyway, de-iced. So he says to me, do you have a throwaway ticket? An onward ticket? I said, no, sir. I live here. Sir, you have to have an onward ticket. And I said to him, now it's late. I've been up for 40 hours, 50 hours. I don't know. I've been up since the morning of the day I left, 40 hours before I'm talking to the immigration officer. So he goes, well, you have to have an onward ticket. I said, sir, I live in the Philippines. And I don't know, whatever the conversation was, he goes, you live here? I said, yes, I live in Bohol. He goes, well, you have to have an onward ticket. So then I remembered, oh, yeah, damn, I need an onward ticket. I need one of those. I definitely need one of those. I said, okay, sir, I forgot to get that. Where can I buy one? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. He goes, move on. Because they know it was 2 o'clock in the morning. Where am I going to buy an onward ticket? I would have bought one, but he was very... I have never, ever had a problem at customs, immigration, Vietnam. When I wanted to sleep in the terminal in Manila, because my flight was leaving at 6 o'clock the next morning, no one bothered me. I got the you could stay in Manila, Terminal 3. There's a place you can rent. I call them a pigeonhole. You just crawl into this hole in the wall. Clean towels, clean sheets, clean pillow, coffee, juice, and snacks are there for $20, I think it was. And then, but I was really tired, so I went in my pigeonhole at like, you only could stay there 7 hours. So after 6 hours, I got up and took a shower, but it was like midnight. So when I went, my flight was at 6 o'clock in the morning. I went, you want to sleep on the terminal floor in Terminal 3? It's no problem. You just set your alarm on your phone and you sleep there. Hundreds of people sleep there. When I was in Vietnam and I wanted to sleep in the airport the day before my flight, no problem. I have never been harassed in an airport in my life, ever. So this time I had a throwaway ticket back to Vietnam because it was a $200 ticket. It was the cheapest one. And I said, yes, sir, I have it. He said, move on. He never even looked at it. So they know if you're lying. But when yes, I have it here, and I took out this pile of papers. So the fraud, I mean, the swamp master, the swamp man in the swamp on Bantayan Island, when he said, "I'll never get out of the Philippines," lie. I'll never get back in the Philippines, lie. I don't have the money to leave the Philippines, lie. I'm not vaccinated, lie. How many lies do you need from a so-called man before you realize the so-called man is a liar? You should only be one. Should only be one. Possibly two. But when you catch somebody in an outright lie, Fazio will never leave the Philippines. I have stopped his exit clearance visa from happening. I never even got questioned about the exit visa clearance. In fact, I handed the paperwork to, I don't remember who it was, a customs agent, I don't know, immigration officer. And I had my ticket. You also have to have an entry-exit visa to go into Vietnam. I had that on my phone. And I had a printout. So I had my exit clearance, which says that Michael Fazio is okay to leave the Philippines for what all the reasons in that process. You're not back on your immigration for whatever reason. I had my exit clearance, which was 18,000 pesos, by the way. It was $400 for that, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure. It's in there. I had my visa, entry-exit visa into Vietnam. I had my ticket from Manila to Vietnam. I had my ticket from Vietnam back to Manila, and I had my throwaway ticket in hard copy, real time, not a 24-hour temporary throwaway ticket, which you can buy for about $30 or $40. I don't know, $50. I don't know. I would not suggest that. The fella, probably two people up from me, told me he had a throwaway ticket. We were talking about that. And I don't know what the reason was, but he got pushed to the side and he had to go someplace else. I have no idea why. But he said he had a throwaway ticket, and when he got to U.S. Immigration in Manila on the way back, he got separated from the line that we were on. Let me see if I can find out where that pot is. I can't find my big pot. That bothers me. Daisy was marinating something in it the other. Still, all right. I can't. I'm not gonna be. I could do it. Anyway, yeah. I would not suggest the 24-hour throwaway tickets because, first of all, whatever it is, let's say it's $50. Okay, a real ticket in real time is good for 30 days. A throwaway ticket is good for 24 hours. You could have any kind of complication at the border that could last 24 to 48 hours. I did. I had one. I was coming back from Vietnam and I had COVID. Guaranteed 100% tested positive for COVID. I was sick as a dog. I mean, I could barely walk. When I went for my COVID test, the sweat was pouring off my brow like Lloyd Bridges in the movie Airplane. My eyes, whatever I look like, you could just look at me and say it. You knew I was sick. And it said on the paper, do you have a fever? Put down yes. Nausea? No. I never got nausea. Diarrhea? No, which is good. But I had a headache. No, I did not have. I had a fever, but no headache. So I had some of the signs of COVID, but not all of them. But my fever was real. So the guy hit me with the temperature gun. So how this works is you're in Vietnam and you're on floor number 2. There's the ground floor, then the first floor, which would be 2. And then there's an upper third floor that they don't use for anything. It's just, you could go hang out up there. You could sleep up there. Nothing is open on the third floor. It's for when the terminal is really crowded. There are restaurants and money exchanges up there on the third floor. But in Vietnam now, all those third floors closed. So the second floor was where I was. And so when I got on the second floor, there were hundreds of people sleeping in the terminal on the second floor. Some of them were there for days. You could just sleep in the terminal. As long as you have a ticket to leave Vietnam, you can sleep in the terminal for 2 or 3 days if you want. So I never had a problem. But anyway, when I bought my ticket, because I missed my flight because of some sort of, there was a major problem. There was a guy, the federal marshal's dogs, sniffing machines, sniffer dogs. They postponed the plane by 3 hours. And then there was a 2-hour delay. There was almost 5 hours. I didn't know what to. When I was originally going to go to Vietnam for a week. What was it that happened that stopped me from going to Vietnam? I didn't have an entry-exit visa to Vietnam. So I'm in Manila, and I'm getting ready to go on the plane, and I was going to be in Vietnam for 3 full days and a half a day. And they said, do you have an entry-exit visa? I said, no. I was told you don't need one. Well, you need one. So that took 72 hours. So this is at 10 o'clock at night. So the women behind the counter at Cebu Pacific, 2 of them came out from the counter and took my phone and worked with my phone for 2 hours. Me and them and my passport. And we put in an application for an entry-exit visa to Vietnam. Now, it said entry visa, but in small print it said exit visa. So we get that. Now my 3-day vacation is not possible anymore because I had to spend 3 days in Manila Airport, in the cubbyhole, in the pigeonhole. So my flight is supposed to land at 10 o'clock in Vietnam. Whatever time I was leaving Manila, my flight was supposed to land at 10 o'clock in Vietnam. So I get to the boarding. Well, now you got to understand, now I'm sick. I'm really sick. I'm not as sick as I'm going to be, but I'm sick at this point. I had a fever. Whatever it was that I got sick from, I got it on the flight from Bohol to Manila. So I'm sick. I'm sick for 3 days. The girls helped me get my ticket, my entry-exit clearance. The flight's supposed to leave and then arrive in Vietnam at 10 o'clock. And we get on the plane, and there's like a 20-minute delay. And then they started up the engines, but then they shut the engines off. And then you could only see down the aisle dozens of police, dozens. Dogs came onto the plane, and they escorted I don't know if it was a man or a woman. So they get escorted off the plane. Now we have to wait. I don't know why. Probably half an hour to 35, 40 minutes. We have to wait on the plane. Then, after that, the pilot came on and said, we're all going to have to get off the plane now and stay in a corralled area. So they had to set up a place in not Terminal 3, in Terminal 2. That's where you leave from. Terminal 2 is about a mile of terminal. It's in Manila. It looks like a mile. I don't know how big. It's thousands of feet long. So anyway, so they set up a corral in Terminal 2. And they said, okay, you go up this ramp and you stay here until we tell you. Well, halfway up the ramp, I ran out of power. I couldn't run. I ran out of energy. So there was a chair there, and I said to the guy, I'm going to sit down here. I don't think I'll be able to make it up to the top of because it's up the ramp. I knew it was up far. It was a ramp. He goes, okay. And then about 20 minutes later, some guy comes down and says, you have to go upstairs. I said, well, the other guy, the flight attendant, said I could stay. He goes, no, you got to go upstairs. I said, okay. So I got up, and I got upstairs, and I found a seat. Now it was time for me to take my medicine for my leg. And the water, they take your water before you get into Terminal 2. They take all your drink. They leave you empty plastic container, but they take your water. So now I know there's a water fountain, free water, hot or cold, about 50 feet from the corral. So I said, I'm going to go. No, you can't. I need water to take my pills, dude. Well, you can't get any water. I said, well, somebody better get me water or I'm going to go underneath the thing. I need water to take my pills. It's time to take my medicine. So then they got somebody to get me water, and they brought me back a cup of water and took my pills. So I sat back down. That was 3 hours. We waited. It was a long time. I fell asleep. Could have been an hour and a half to 2 hours. Could have been 3 hours. All I know is that I was supposed to arrive in Vietnam at 10 o'clock, and when I got to Vietnam, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. My return flight was at 1:30. So now I'm stuck in Vietnam because I can't buy a return ticket until the next day in the morning. So I go get a hotel. But I'm sick. I'm really sick. Really sick. Sick where I can walk 100 feet. That's it. I can walk 100 feet and I got to stop. So I said to myself, well, I'm here now. Let me go do the things I wanted to do. The American War Museum, walk around Ho Chi Minh City, investigate Ho Chi Minh International Airport, which is also the same as, there's another name for the airport. I forgot the name of it. Ho Chi Minh International Airport has 2 names. And then I want to walk around and see what's around Vietnam. So I did. And I walked, I walked like 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 2,000 feet in different directions from the hotel I was staying at. And then I went to the American War Museum, and now I'm coming back. But I'm still sick. I still can't. Sick like a dog sick. I never was so sick in my whole life. I go to the airport. The lady says to me, do you have your 1 pass? I said, no. She goes, well, you'll have to get that before you get on the plane. I said, okay. Well, anything else? No, sir. You don't need anything else. I said, I don't need. You want my Vax card? No, sir. You don't need anything. Just buy the ticket. So I buy the ticket. She lied. She should live in the swamp with the swamp master. I buy the ticket. I'm putting the money back in my wallet. I had to go get 3.7 million dong, by the way. No. Yeah, 7. No, I had to get 7.5 million dong for the ticket. That was the first ticket. Second one was 3.7 million dong. I put in the money back, the dong. I got dong I got to put back in my wallet. Putting the dong back in my wallet. And I folded up the ticket. I go to work. Sir, do you have your test? Your COVID test? I said, no, ma'am. I have my vaccinate. Oh, no, you need to have the swab test, whatever they call that. Swab test, huh? Okay. Where do I... Now, what I knew about the swab test was the nearest hospital, Ho Chi Minh Hospital, was an hour and a half away by cab. And that was where the nearest swab test was, from what I read on the internet. So you can get the swab test downstairs for $1 million dong. I think it was 1.5 million dong. It's $30. No, $15. How much is? I forgot how much the dong. It was a lot of dong, but not a lot of money. So I go downstairs. I'm sick. The sweat's pouring. My face is white. I got a fever of like 103. The guy looks at the gun. He goes, well, we're going to have to... And he puts the thing in my nose. It doesn't hurt, by the way. It tickles. I don't know why people complain about that. And I wait a half an hour. He goes, sir, you have COVID. I said, okay. I was pretty sure that happened. I knew that was going to happen. So I said, so what should I do? He goes, well, you can self-quarantine for 6 days and come back. So I did. I got a nice Dagaya hotel, and I only went out for food, but I also went out of the hotel and walked around by myself, not with other people. So I got COVID, and big time. I'm sick as a freaking dog. So I got to go back to the airport to do something. I needed dong, okay? And the dong masters, where you give pesos to, were all over Vietnam. But you have to get your money from an ATM machine. I'm not putting my card in an ATM machine in a foreign country unless I know who's going to take that card out if it gets stuck in the machine. So I go back to the airport because the bank is right next to the ATM machine on the ground floor of Ho Chi Minh International. So I go and I put my... Plus you got to pay $21 service fee for dong. So I want to go back to... I go back to the airport. Now there's ATM on the left side of the airport and the right side of the airport. The doctors that do the COVID tests, they're on the east side of the airport. So I go to the west side because there's no doctors there, especially the doctors that charged me with being COVID positive. And I go to get in the elevator, and I go and I walk straight, face to face, eyeball to eyeball, with the two doctors that gave me the COVID test. And they told me to quarantine. I wasn't quarantining. I was in the elevator only 3 days later. I look at the floor. They look at the floor. They got out of the elevator. I got out of the elevator. We went our own separate ways. But what are the chances of that? So now they saw me. I didn't get in trouble, but they did see. So I'm in the hotel for, I don't know, 3 or 4 more days. And I go back to get the COVID. I'm still sick, though. I'm really sick. This took me weeks to not be sick. I thought I was going to be in Vietnam for a month. And the 2 doctors, they look at me, they smile, because they knew who I was. I got this blue hat, the blue shirt, the Italian face, the only Italian in Vietnam at the time. And he goes to me, "We're going to have to test you again." So I said, "Okay." And he goes like this. It wasn't the same as day one. And I walked to sit down in the chair. He goes, "Sir, you've passed. You can go home now." I didn't give him any gruff. When I got the test, he goes, "You're sick." I said, "I know, I'm very sick." And so I could have argued with the guy, but I was sick. What am I going to argue about? I got 103 fever and sweat's pouring off my brow. So he swab tested me. I go to sit down. I didn't even get to sit down. He goes, "Sir, you can go." Oh, so now I had to buy another ticket. I just bought see, my Cebu Pacific ticket is no good in Vietnam. It expired. And they don't have an extension on Cebu Pacific ticket. So I had to buy a Philippines airline ticket in Vietnam. But after I didn't get on the plane the first day, only 50% of the ticket was valid. So I needed 3.7 million dong again. So I had to buy another ticket. And I got that ticket. I get to the counter. They said, "Where's your one pass?" I said, "I don't have." So they fill out my phone for me. I get the one pass. And the guy, now I'm at the agent, and the agent says, "Can we see your entry-exit visa from Vietnam?" So I showed him the entry visa that says exit visa on it. "No, sir, this is no good. You need an exit visa." I said, "This visa says entry-exit good for 30 days. "Yes, sir. It's not good here anymore. That's no good." And the guy behind me goes, wait a minute. And he shows them that on April 22nd of 2022, the entry-exit visa became a valid piece of ID. Entry-exit for 30 days from the time. So because this guy was there, the airline agents found out that I could leave Vietnam. Otherwise, I would have had to buy another ticket. That was so. The fraud, the Rock of Bantayan, the Swamp Master, he didn't stop me, but COVID stopped me from leaving Vietnam once. That's no lie. So the Swamp Master, he gets a 10 when it comes to being the biggest liar on YouTube. And 10. 10 is the highest. Why does he do that, though? Why did he lie to you about all of this stuff? Why does he lie that the mayor of my town is coming today to go ahead and make the road through the swamp? Because it's not a tourist road. One track on the swamp in the video. In Roberto's home video, one motorcycle track through the swamp, through the puddle, through the mosquito factory. One. That's not a tourist industry. So let's go back over here. Don Jovi, Yankees lost. Don Jovi, get well soon. Thank you. Don Jovi, thanks for the information, but in my life, I went to one baseball game. The Mets, 1969, the game they won the World Series. It was the 7th game. I went to one baseball game in my life since I was born. I went to one Giants football game and 2 or 3 Jets games. If you told me right now, Don Jovi, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this, but if you said to me, Michael Fazio, I will give you $1 million, tell me who the Yankees are playing, forget about that, the day, forget that. If you said, I'll give you $1 million if you told me who the Yankees were playing right now, I couldn't tell you. I don't follow baseball or football, ever. Never. I wouldn't know who, I wouldn't even know who played in the Super Bowl for the last 30 years. I would not know. I would be guesswork. You'd have to give me multiple choice. I don't know anything about sports. Anything that I didn't actually do, I never got involved with. I don't know who the Yankees played. I didn't know the Yankees were playing, but if that interests you, okay. I mean, you know, but I wouldn't know anything about the Yankees. I've never said, in fact, I never watched. To say I never watched a baseball game would be a lie. My grandfather, growing up, I had to watch football, baseball, golf, tennis, and basketball. And I spent a lot of time at my grandpa's house. And that was mandatory. Gramps knew every team, every name of every team, who would win to whom, every name of every player and what position they played. And he would sit in front of that TV set for days and yell at the TV set. But so I watched a lot of baseball and football games, but that was all before I was like 13 years old. After that, in 1990, I watched half of a Super Bowl game. I remember that because then I went and picked up Sue during halftime. And that was what we did for the rest of the day. We spent the rest of the day with a girl named Sue. But that was the last time I watched a football game in 1990. So that's 30 years ago, yeah? Yeah, 30 years ago. That was the last football game I watched. I'm pretty sure. If I watched any more of a football game, it was for a minute or two here or there. I'm not much into sports. But if you are, and you want to post the score and who won, you're welcome to post that stuff on my channel. I just don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about brain surgery either. I do know about swamp stuff. I lived in the Florida Keys next to the biggest Everglades and/or swamp in the world. And, well, one of them. And I know a lot about swamp. And swamp gas causes delusions of grandeur. More so than sniffing paint fumes. When people sniff the paint fume from a paint can, they have dreams. All right, that's it. That other piece of garbage, Richie. Did you get some good sound bites today, Richie? You're another worthless human, in my opinion. So with that, the swamp man is going to get a visitation from John Blaze. John, I don't know if you're still here. I got to tell you something, John. I don't know why you want to go there. I maybe you want to give somebody money or get money from some. I have no idea. But what I will tell you is that research things to do on Bantayan Island. They have beautiful white sand beaches that you can stand on and look at white sand beach. You could do that at Rockaway or Jones's Beach or Ohio. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to figure this out unless I ask you personally, what are you going to do there? I never did, but there's nothing to do in Bantayan. It's a long trip, John Blaze. It's from the city of Cebu to Bantayan is from the North Bus Terminal, heart of Cebu, to Bantayan Island is 5.5 or 6 hours. That's like your whole day. And that's if you get on the bus. The bus that we got on, Daisy and I, on the ship in this video, you're going to see Daisy texting a friend. I thought it was a family, but it was a friend. We had to get up at 3:30 in the morning to have breakfast, and then we got to the bus terminal at 5 o'clock in the morning to get tickets to get on the bus. Otherwise, by 5:30 the bus was full and the bus left. The bus wasn't supposed to leave till 6. So at 5:30 in the morning, bus number 1 leaving Cebu was full. Now they leave every hour, but there was a crowd of people waiting for bus number 2 to, So you really need to get up at 4:30 in the morning if you're staying in Cebu to leave on the 6 o'clock bus, or you won't get on the bus. And it was no holiday or anything with Daisy and I. Now maybe you could buy tickets in advance. I don't know, but I would never do that. I would never waste my time to go back to that. For me, it's a swamp. No, I don't use any kind of nasal spray at all. And I am not congested from being sick. I am congested I could tell you why I'm congested. You could believe it or not believe it, but I was cleaning something with bleach, and I breathed in bleach fumes, very strong. And I just kept working with the bleach, and it irritated my nasal passages. So it's going on 2 weeks now. I don't have a deviated septum or nasal problems, but the bleach burnt. It was burning my eyes, but I had to degrease and clean some engine parts, and my nose got clogged up. So no, I haven't used a nasal spray or anything like that in 30 years. I don't put that crap in my body. Okay, but yeah, I don't need it actually. If I start moving around, if I take a walk, it'll clear right up. But for right now, it's clogged I burnt whatever's inside the nose. I burnt it from breathing in bleach because I was cleaning something. It wasn't a lot of wind, and I says, how much could it? I breathed in the bleach enough to burn my nasal passages. That's why I have a nasal problem. Okay then, thanks for asking. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. And remember, if you live in a swamp, try not to breathe in the swamp gas because it'll make you delusional. And to the guy that lives in the swamp, when Allo and I go over the 17 counts that were fictitiously and fraudulently brought against Michael Fazio, and you, swamp man, lied under oath. You knew that when I told you I will drag you into court to testify, you knew that you had to back out at that point because what you said in the affidavit was not true. So he lied about that as well. The swamp man never put your trust in anybody that lives in a swamp and breathes swamp gas because they believe it's okay to lie, probably cheat, possibly steal, certainly steal your time. Certainly. Because if you'll notice what happens, he goes on binges for 4 or 5 days at a time and makes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 videos in a day. And if you are into the drama, you'll watch his 10 videos. You won't get anything done in your life. What a useless way to live life, watching other people's drama videos on YouTube. So the Swamp Master, the Swamp King, the Rock of the Swamp Rock, the Liar, the Swamp Mister, Swamp Meister, the liar, breathing in swamp gas has caused him to have delusions similar to those of a desert dweller, where you have mirages and delusions. Mirages occur from the heat in the desert, and delusions occur from swamp gas. The Swamp Master, we worship the Swamp Master's shadow, is going to be called out on his affidavit against Michael Fazio, that he lied and defrauded the truth to under oath, because what he said in this affidavit was impossible for him to have happened. Aloe and I will do a full show on that soon. Thanks for watching. And of course, let me see, maybe I'll find out where that pot is. Still can't figure out where Daisy put that pot. Nope, not going to find it. I'll find it. I'll get it when she gets back. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye for now. Hey, Swamp Man. Very shortly, we're going to straighten you out, Swamp Man. You and your lies, your half-truths, and your bologna and cheese factory. Bye-bye for now. I'm Bing Permy from the Philippines. That's right. That's right.